A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs.
Well, I never dreamed such a thing was possible. Well, neither did I. In fact, a lot of ladies I know around here say they just don't believe it.
Now, ladies, just what is it you find so hard to believe?
Oh, well, Mr. Rogers, it's that new bag you've been talking about. I just can't see how this one granulated soap can do everything in the wash.
Well, does it all right. It does all three kinds of wash. Grimy work shirts, dirty towels, right down to pretty rayon slips.
But how in the world can the same granulated soap that greasy work shirts clean and grimy towels smelling white and still be really safe for my nicer colored rayon slips?
Well, just you try Duz, and you'll see how really new it is. Remember, Duz isn't just a new improvement of an old soap. It's a brand new kind of granulated soap developed by Procter & Gamble.
Well, my problem is dirty work shirts. Will Duz get them clean?
Wonderfully clean, and so easily. Why, you won't have to do any hard scrubbing and no boiling. In fact, no soap made gets clothes cleaned easier than you does.
And my trouble is grimy towels. The youngsters leave them so black and it seems like I never get them white.
Well, Duz will show you just how really white those towels can be. Why, Duz gets clothes whiter, far whiter than any number of other soaps.
And I can still trust the same new Duz with my pretty round slips?
Sure. That's one of the wonders of Duz. It's the only leading granulated laundry soap to give you extra safety for those nice colors. Yet when it comes to whiteness, you've never seen whiter washes than Duz gives you. Honestly, once you try Duz, you'll see how different it is. Why, even the suds are different. Because Duz makes more suds than any of the four other leading granulated wash-day soaps, and Duz gives you suds that build up faster and that last up to twice as long. Just ask for Duz, D-U-Z, today, and next wash day, let Duz do everything. And now, the Goldbergs. Jake Goldberg has directed a wonderful little bit of drama right in his own house. He took Molly's plans, which were to get all the four people together, the four whose lives he is trying to straighten and help. Well, Jake let them get together, and then he wouldn't let Molly pitch in and help. Jake has been on guard ever since the evening began, and behind a closed door, Molly knows that all her beautiful little maneuvers are going to waste. And what's worse, all the hope that she had for the happiness of Peter and Orianne and others is finished unless... Well, listen.
Why must we sit here? Why can't we go to bed? Why must I wait and watch this door as if my life, my future depended on? What's going on behind it? Why?
I went to bed, Pa.
Then you do likewise.
Oh, just please.
Don't wake me.
I'm not tired, Pa.
I don't recall asking you whether you were tired or not.
Oh, just please. Please, Jake, it's enough already. It's enough. We'll all go to bed just as soon as...
As soon as what? As soon as you can inject yourself into the inner sanctum of the discussion or what's going on inside the mind tower?
Oh, just please. For the first time, Mrs. Faye and Mr. Faye and Orianne and Dr. Kate are sitting down like people and they're discussing. Because that is as if I'm waiting to go inside. You don't want to let me go inside. So I'm sitting here and I'm waiting for that. For what? You said yourself they're grown-up people. You said yourself let them talk about themselves. So you said, Molly, don't go in, so I didn't go in, so I'm sitting. And so I'm sitting, so I can't sit, so you want me to go upstairs. Please. So if you're tired, and if you're exhausted, and if you're fatigued, your bed is made. I made your bed. The coverlet is there. The window's open. Everything is nice. Everything is comfortable. So go up and expire retirement. Yes.
I'll leave you down here, huh?
Is the first time?
And as soon as my back is clean, what will you do, Molly?
I'll eat an apple.
Eve also ate an apple. And what was the result? You're not so far removed from the first woman.
So I'll eat an orange. Go to bed, Rosalie. Oh, just stay up. There's nothing to do. Well, why don't you go in and tell Orianne and Dr. Taylor and Hickey and Mrs. Way that it's late and we all want to go to bed?
I suppose you would like nothing better than to be the one You could go in and tell them.
How did I express any desire to go in and tell them? What did the child say? What did the child say? What did she say? Oh, very well. Give me the clock. Give me the clock and we'll all go upstairs. And
That's what I want.
That's what you want.
I've been overcritical scenes before, but this one beats all of them. Orianne told Mrs. Way right in front of me and Mr. Way all about her great and undying love. Her great and undying love for Mr. Way. She stood there and lied. Just lied. Her eyes teared and her voice trembled with emotion. She loved him. She only made a fool of me and a fool of herself. And Way stood there drinking it in. I think I've been an idiot long enough. I've had enough of this. Of Orianne and Way and Mrs. Way. If that's the way they want it, they can have it.
My sentiment, that's it.
I'm going home. I'm going back to New York. I'm through with all this. Where's my hat?
Please, Dr. Tate. Please, just let me get Orianne inside. Maybe what she was saying inside. She couldn't express herself.
Mrs. Goldbergs, don't...
Dr. Tate, maybe she couldn't express herself exactly so and so. After all, it wasn't in front of Mr. Way. It wasn't in front of Mrs. Way. So sometimes you can't say what you feel. You can't say exactly all
That's the important thing. It was in front of Mrs.
Let me go in and let me call her, please.
Mrs. Goldbergs. Nothing of the sort.
Then you go in.
I've got nothing to say to her. She said all that's necessary. I can understand a woman pitying a man like Mr. Way, but the way Orianne's talking, you'd think she was Juliet, and that ex-swindler was Romeo. I tell you, it's disgusting.
Yes, I want you to go inside into the parlor and call Orianne.
Go to bed, Rosa.
I'm going. Dr. Taylor, please, there's 1 minute.
No.
Please, there's 1 minute. Let me say, Jake, please, go in and call Orianne, please.
I'll tell Orianne to come out.
Please, yes, sir.
Mrs. Goldberg, the whole thing is unreal. The whole thing's cruel. I'm not speaking of myself. I'm speaking of Mrs. Way. How can Orianne possibly talk that way in front of her? I've been wrong all along. I can see that now. I can see enough to go home and forget. And I'd advise you to do the same.
Oh, Dr. Taylor, where are you going? Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor. If I was inside, it wouldn't happen. If I was inside. Slowly standing for Mama, darling. Don't Mama, darling, me. If I was inside, if I was in the parlor and the 4 people were together, everything that everybody told her, but no, I have to sit here in the kitchen. I have to sit. I couldn't be in the parlor because Papa. All right, so what are you standing? But, don't watch me. That wouldn't happen if I was in the parlor. That wouldn't happen if that was in the parlor, if I was in the parlor. I have to sit in the kitchen. Rosa, please go upstairs and go to bed. Mama, darling, why can't I wait? I'll be back to the room. Orianne. Rosie.
You come in, Rosie.
All right. Good night. Oh, the security Martin. Feeling that he was the one who had kissed her. Who asked him to come anyway? How many times do I have to say that I mean to marry Mr. Way if you don't love him?
General, Orianne wants to marry Mr. Way. Who are you, Mom? Who are you to say no?
I'm not saying no. I'm only saying that...
I forgot my hat. You.
There's your head.
After you, Molly, dear.
Excuse me, Orianne. Excuse me, Dr. Taylor. Excuse me.
I suppose you're very proud of the way you acted.
I'm not proud. I'm happy.
You must feel like a martyr.
I haven't given anything up. Unless you think even you ought to be satisfied.
I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the 2 people in that room. Mr. Way and his wife.
The former wife.
Oh, no, only legally. Actually, psychologically, she's still his wife.
Psychologically, you're acting as if I were yours.
I wouldn't have you as my wife if you would...
You were the last woman on earth.
I'm not saying anything about the way you lied to Mr. Way.
Lied?
Yes, lied. What else do you think you were doing when you wound up and delivered that long speech on love? You know you don't love him. You only pity him. What's more, you know you're just going through with this marriage only because you hadn't the courage or sense to get out of it.
Because you know what I feel better than I do myself.
You don't have any feelings. Not after what you said in front of Mrs. Way. You know what she feels towards him. You know that all her bitterness and hate are really the wrong side of intense and passionate love for that scoundrel. Any woman with delicacy and tenderness or pity in her heart would have had the decency not to parade that emotional jabber in front of Mrs. Way. Your love, your marriage, your life together. You when she's the one that suffers. It's an edifying sight, and I'm glad I saw it. Because now I know what a fool I've been. I followed you around like a schoolboy. I put up with your obstinacy, your big-headed, misdirected idealism. I neglected my practice, my friends. I even neglected my patients, all because of you. And I thought I was in love with you. I wasn't. I've been in love with someone I invented, someone who looked like you and talked like you, but whose character was altogether different. I'm waking up, Orianne.
I can't see a single sign of it.
Then perhaps this will convince you. I'm never going to see you again. I'm through. I wiped my hands of this mess, and you too. I admit my mistake.
Yes,
Here's my mistake. I took you for a beautiful and intelligent woman. But you're only a female without a brain or a heart. You're pure biology, and the next place I want to see you is in a textbook. Goodbye. And storming, Dr. Cater leaves, more than ever in love with Orianne, and further away than ever from getting her, because the die seems cast, the marriage on, and all Molly's plans seem blocked. You know what a lady asked me the other day? She said, why do you say old-fashioned soaps only do a halfway job for dishes? Well, I said, that's easy. Just take those mild bar soaps. They don't have real speed. And take those strong granulated soaps. They're short on kindness for your hands. But there is one soap that goes all the way for dishes. It's New Does, that amazing new kind of granulated soap for everything in your wash. And Does has everything for dishes, too, from whirlwind speed to extra gentleness for your hands. Just notice how soft and smooth your hands feel after doing dishes with Does. Actually, Does is far kinder to your hands than any other leading granulated laundry soap. Yet no soap made speeds through dishes faster than Does, while it cuts even tough grease without any hard scouring. Yes, Does has everything for dishes. Try it tonight, and let those whirlwind suds tell you how different Does is. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs, written by Gertrude Bird. Monday, Molly tries to rebuild on the wreckage like a patient ant, and a new way points before her eyes. This is Bill Rogers wishing you good day for Procter & Gamble, makers of Does, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash.
Something for the boys played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to turn the clock back to yesterday morning and show you what happened when our whole gang visited Orson Welles at his motion picture studio, where he is writing, acting, directing, producing, and enjoying his new picture. Mary had just returned from the East the night before, so Phil and Dennis stopped by her house to give her a lift to the studio.
Will you please stay on the outside, driver? We have to make a turn up here.
Take it easy, Goldilocks. I know how to handle a car.
Okay, sister, okay.
If you want to drive, come up here and sit on the left.
Nothing doing, honey. That'd be pleasure driving, and they'd take away my gas book. Catch on?
Oh, Phil, behave yourself. You know how nervous I am today.
Listen, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. You're just going to meet Orson Welles, and he's a nice guy.
Well, I hear he's very temperamental.
Sure, he's temperamental, but who ain't? Take me, for instance.
You?
Sure. My eggs was cold this morning, so I says to Alice, listen, movie star, go out in the kitchen and give me a retake on this hand fruit. I told her.
You know, Mr. Harris, that's the way I'm going to treat my wife when I get married. I'm going to be the boss like you are.
Who said I was boss? I'm still combing egg out of my hair, bub. You know, women in the morning is poison. Watch it, driver. You nearly hit that lamp post.
Well, I'd like to see you drive and straighten your girdle at the same time, brother.
Now, that ain't no excuse.
Oh, leave her alone, Phil. I know just how she feels. And getting back to Orson Welles, I think he did a great job in the program last week.
What did Mr. Benny think of him?
Yeah, how did old Sniffle Snoot like the show?
Well, when Orson called up Mr. Mortimer, the sponsor, and bawled the heck out of him, Jack thought sure we'd all lose our jobs.
He was really worried, huh?
Was he? He pulled a string out of his pajamas and tried to hang himself on the bed lamp. was hysterical.
Hey, Mr. Harris, isn't that the studio right ahead of us?
Yeah, pull up here, driver.
Okay, Goldilocks.
How much do we owe you, miss?
Skip it, handsome. Just give me your phone number.
But, Sergeant, the meter says $1.50.
Don't underrate yourself, Junior. So long.
Gee, I don't know what women see in me.
Me neither, and I'm a woman. Come on, let's go inside the studio.
Wow, get a load of that sign over the gate.
Where?
Right there. Through these portals pass Orson Wells. Ain't that glad?
Hey, who's this fellow coming toward us with the long black cape and sword in his hand?
Well, that must be the gate man. I'll ask him where Mr. Wells is. Hello there.
All varlet from state I miss him, and having heard I trumpet to the walls and sound thy welcome.
Now let's all get a load of that character.
Yeah. Pardon me. Could you tell us what stage Mr. Wells is on?
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players.
I'd give $1 million if I could march mouth like that.
You will find Mr. Wells on stage 5.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say goodbye till it be morrow. Longfellow.
That's Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
All right, come on. Follow me, kids. There's stage 5 right over there.
Gee, I wonder if I should have given that cab driver my phone number. Nah, play hard to get. That's my motto.
Dennis, you can figure that out some other time.
Okay, but I want to get married while I'm young and beautiful.
No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid.
Anytime, any place, sister.
All quiet.
Well, here we are on stage 5. Being an actor, I'll lead the way.
Quiet on the track.
Say, who's that guy?
Oh, that's Mr. Toodlequirtle, Mr. Wells' secretary. Hello, Mr. Toodlequirtle.
Hello, Dennis. Come right in, folks. Mr. Wells is expecting you.
How is the old boy?
Oh, he's been in a marvelous mood all morning. His uncle died and left him a pound of butter.
I don't see Mr. Wells around the set. Where is he?
He'll be here shortly, miss. At present, he's in his dressing room with his valet, changing into formal dinner clothes for the next week.
Confound this blasted tie. It always comes out longer on one end than the other. Oh, valet! Valet!
Right here, Mr. Wells.
Rochester, let me ask you something.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Why is it that I am able to write, act, direct, and produce a motion picture, and yet I can't tie a simple little bow knot?
It's the same with me, Mr. Wells. I can cook, drive a car, clean the house, and answer the phone, but I can't make an 8 the hard way. Here's your cup link, Mr. Wells.
Thank you. Incidentally, Rochester, when are we going to continue with that interesting game you've been teaching me, the one that involves those little spotted ivory cubes?
You mean Central Avenue shuffleboard?
Yes, that's it. It's a fascinating sport.
I don't think you ought to mess around with those cubes anymore, Mr. Wells.
Why not?
If I make one more 7, you'll be handing me my cup link.
Can't understand it. Ever since you introduced me to this game, I've had bad luck.
Well, with my dice, don't look for any improvement. They work so well together, I call them Abbott and Costello.
Oh, I see.
Here, let me help you into your tailcoat.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, Rochester, I noticed a dab of ketchup on my gray suit this morning. You may have it.
Thanks, Mr. Wells. Ketchup is hard to get nowadays.
I mean the suit. The suit. Suit is yours.
Oh!
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Wells. Thanks very much.
What are you so excited about? Hasn't Mr. Benny ever given you an old suit of his?
Just the one he wore with Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders. But I ain't got a horse.
Oh, in that case, I shall give you a horse, a fine Arabian steed.
Mr. Wells, waiting for you is paradise.
Come in. Yes, Miss Harrington.
Ready for you on the set, Mr. Wells. Here's the next scene we're shooting for your approval.
Good. I'll glance over it. Oh, no. Now, this will never do. Only an idiot could compose such drivel.
But, Mr. Wells, you wrote this yourself.
And there's no use waiting. I'll have to have a talk with me. Miss Harrington, take down these changes.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Instead of a ranch house in Arizona, it shall be a penthouse in New York City.
Yes, Mr.
Instead
Wells.
of guitars playing softly in the background, I want a thunderstorm with lightning.
How many volts?
At least a dozen. And finally, instead of the girl slapping my face when I kiss her, she shall thrust a dagger deep into my bosom. Yes, I shall die.
Die? But, Mr. Wells, it's only the second reel. Who handled the rest of the picture?
My ghost, I shall work in whitewash. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
I'll see you later, Rochester. If anyone calls, I'll be down on stage 5 being stabbed.
What a man. Never a dull moment around here. Quiet on the tent.
Say, Mr. Toodle-Quirtle, what's keeping Mr. Wells? We've been waiting for him for a half an hour.
Yeah, imagine wasting time around here when I could be out somewhere improving my mind.
Don't be silly. There are no burlesque shows open this time in the morning.
Oh, I mean with books or something like that.
Jeepers, what's that?
On your feet, everybody. Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good morning. This is Orson Welles. Well, Dennis and Phil, I'm glad you dropped by. Have you been here long?
Yeah, quite a while, but I told the kids, let's hang around till Orson gets here.
Orsi? Who is Orsi?
That's loose, silly.
Orsi. That's murder. Well, who is this charming young lady? Come, my dear. Speak up.
Well, my name is Mary Livingston, and I'm not the least bit nervous, so there.
Now, Mary, there's nothing to be nervous about. When did you get back to town?
Yesterday on the Super Cheap. I got off at Pasadena.
Oh, I wish I'd known that. I would have arranged for the tournament of roses to be held simultaneously with your arrival.
Gee, I like this guy.
Yeah, didn't I tell you that Orson really does things in a big way?
Who did anything? He just said it.
Well, Dennis, I have spent years inflating the balloon that is Wells. Please do not puncture it.
Yes.
Tell me, Mary, how's Jack coming along? Is he up and about?
Oh, yes, he's feeling a lot better. A few more days, and he'll be all over his nervous breakdown.
Nervous breakdown? I thought Jack had a cold in his chest.
He did, but when he got his doctor bill, he went right from a mustard plaster into a straitjacket.
What?
It took 4 of us to hold him down.
Good heavens.
Pardon me, Mr. Wells.
What is it, Miss Harrington?
Would you mind okaying the budget for this sequence?
Not at all. There'll be one change here, Miss Harrington. Instead of wardrobe, $8,000. Make the wardrobe cost $9,000.
But, Mr. Wells...
But for nothing, I promised one of the extra girls a mink coat. That is all, Miss Harrington?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Yes, Mr. Wells. Sometimes I wish I weren't perfect so people could differ with me. Listen out for me. Dennis, what are you doing with that script?
Oh, I was just looking it over, Mr. Wells. I thought there might be a part in it for me where I'm a big lover.
Lover? Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. You're definitely not the romantic type.
Oh, yeah? Did a cab driver ever ask you for your phone number?
Yes, and I'm having dinner with her tonight.
Archie, you're really on the beam, kid.
Whatever that is, I'm glad. Here's Don Wilson. Hello, Don.
Hello, Orson. How are you, kid?
Hello, Don. Glad to see you, Don. Did you have any trouble getting through the gate?
Nah, they just rubbed some Vaseline on him and gave him a shove. It's a Lulu.
Mr. Harris, at this moment I find it very difficult to refrain from slugging you.
Oh, by the way, Orson, I brought along a copy of what I intend to say about grape nut flakes on the program tomorrow. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, I like to pass on everything that's said on the program, everything.
Well, there goes all them jokes I trunk up.
Yes, Phil, I don't want them jokes sinking up the airwaves.
I'll be darned, I pulled a Lulu myself.
Now you're getting somewhere, Wellesley.
Thank you. Well, Don, let's hear your message.
Okay, now about halfway through the program tomorrow night, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, a few words about toasty brown, sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Uh-huh.
Just open a 12-ounce economy-size package for breakfast tomorrow morning, and you will see why grape nuts flakes, with its malty, rich flavor, is America's fastest-growing flake cereal.
Very good. Go on.
But that's all there is, Orson.
That's all? That's all you're going to say about grape nuts flakes? Good heavens, man. Use a little imagination.
But, Orson...
Let me show you what I mean. Miss Harrington, Mr. Tootle-Quittle. Sound effects, please.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Faces, everyone. Curtain. Music.
Presenting Grape Nut Flakes, I Love You, an Orson Welles production. Produced and directed by Mr. Welles, and starring Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether you live in the heart of a great metropolis or on a farm where all is tranquil, whether your home is in the wintry north or here in sunny California, wherever you live, ladies and gentlemen, you will love the malty, rich flavor of toasty, brown, sweet as a nut, grape nut flakes. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, each economy-sized package contains not 1 ounce, not 2 ounces, but 12 ounces of those delicious golden brown flakes. I thank you. Oh, I feel much better now. The flakes and I have had our fling. Oh, by the way, Dennis, speaking of the program, what song are you singing tomorrow?
Black Magic. It's a great number.
Let me hear it. Can't be any more magic than Rochester's dice. Sing, Dennis. Excellent, excellent, Dennis. I like that number very much. You may sing it on the program tomorrow.
Thank you.
However, the following Sunday, I think you should do something operatic. I want you to sing the quartet from Rigoletto.
But, Mr. Wells, the quartet is 4 different voices.
I'll handle the other 3.
Gosh, you mean you're going to sing soprano, contralto, and baritone at the same time?
Yes, Dennis?
That I gotta hear.
You will. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better get on with my picture.
What a busy guy. He's a bee with brains.
Oh, by the way, Orson, what's the title of this picture you're making?
Well, I've called my story very simply The March of Destiny. It deals with everything that ever happened. From the beginning of creation to the present day.
Hey, Orson, is there anything in it about me?
Well, no, Phil. My picture is handled entirely in symbolic retrospect.
What? What was that? Give me that again.
He could give you that all day long, you wouldn't even feel it. Sit down, will you?
Oh, Mr. Wells, a terrible thing has happened. Miss Sevier, your leading lady, has just eloped to Las Vegas with Jeffrey Hamilton.
Jeffrey Hamilton?
Yes, the man who plays the part of your brother in today's sequence. What do we do?
I have a very simple solution. Mary, you shall be my leading lady.
Your leading lady? Gosh.
And Phil, you'll be my brother.
Your brother? Are we twins?
Heaven forbid. Well, let's get started, shall we? Here's your script, Mary.
Gee, if I'm going to be your leading lady, I better throw away this bubble gum.
No, keep it. I may have you do a dance later.
Pardon me for interrupting, Mr. Wells, but we just had a long-distance call from Mr. Benny.
From Mr. Benny? What'd he want?
He wanted to know if I was happy in my new job working for you.
What'd you tell him?
I lied, and now he's happy.
If I know Jack, he didn't call long distance from Chicago just to find out if Rochester was happy. Wonder what else he wanted.
Well, he's getting better. Maybe he wanted to know if that cab driver has a friend.
That's probably it. Now, Mary, Phil, before we rehearse, I think I'd better explain the scene to you.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wells is explaining.
Now, Mary, in this scene, you as my fiancée and Phil as my brother have parts which overshadow mine in dramatic intensity.
You mean we're more important than you are?
Definitely. The motivation of the scene, its mood and pulse and tempo rest entirely in your hands.
I want my face in the picture, too.
Please. You, Phil, will play the part of my younger brother, who is a cheat, a cur, and a scoundrel.
Oh, I get it. A heel without a soul. Oh, that hair is just solid when he gets rolling.
Phil, you're a genius, and I ought to know. Now, as the scene opens, I enter your apartment, Phil, unexpectedly, and to my surprise, I find my sweetheart in your arms. And remember, Mary, you and Phil carry the burden of the scene.
Okay.
All right, now let's try it.
Quiet on the set. Mr. Wells is about to emote.
Thank you. The door opens.
What? What's this? Mildred, what are you doing here? Answer me, I say. What are you doing in my brother's apartment?
Well...
No explanations are necessary. I have eyes. I'm not blind to what's been going on. If I hadn't been madly in love with you, Mildred, I'd have brought things to a climax long ago. And now, Clarence, what have you got to say?
Well...
Alibis? Alibis? Nothing but alibis. To think that the two of you have been together every afternoon for months. Why are you looking at me like that, Mildred? Have you something to tell me? Come, speak up.
Well...
Never mind, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's me you love and that Clarence is just a passing fancy. You're both strangely quiet. Why don't you speak up? Is it because your guilt is so obvious?
Well,
Wait a minute, that's my line.
Oh, pardon me.
Come on, Mary. Give me the cue. Well.
I said well so much, I feel like the old oaken bucket. Okay, well...
This is the end, Mildred. Our engagement is broken. Shattered beyond repair. But you may keep the engagement ring I gave you. That is, if you want it.
Well...
It's yours.
I must leave now. And as for you, Clarence, if you ever so much as cross my path again, I shall thrash you within an inch of your life. Goodbye.
Clarence, my love, kiss me.
Darling, I love you.
No. Let's cut that. After my exit, the scene is definitely over. All right, places, everyone. Let's shoot it. Camera, lights, action!
Ladies, never stop to think of all the wonderful music.
Gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. And Mary,
I'm glad you're back on the show. It's been a pleasure working with you today.
Same here, Orson. Good night, everybody. Good night, doll.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, was pinch hitting for Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Glad man, friends, for aren't we all glad to get news of a thrifty, swifty, appetizing breakfast dish for these up-and-at-'em early mornings? Then wait till we all tell you all about Grape Nuts Flakes, the crisp and toasty brown breakfast cereal that's always ready for breakfast before you are. And ready-to-eat Grape Nuts Flakes are as temptingly good to eat as they are easy to serve. It's your old friend of the famous Grape Nuts flavor, you know, turned out in delectable, crisp, and crunchy flake form. With that same malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut goodness, a flavor that makes Grape Nuts Flakes America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. And think of this, too, homemakers. Every time you buy a big 12-ounce economy package of Grape Nuts Flakes, you're saving on ration stamps, because you don't need them, not for thrifty, plentiful Grape Nuts Flakes. From there, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
One soda fish on whole wheat. One soda fish coming up.
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. If you put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe? Yes, Gilroy. Hitch old Dobbin to a bun.
Oh, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What do you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it Tutti Frutti.
You can have Tutti, but there's no more fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Red Skelton?
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo. Well, Phil, is your orchestra all rehearsed for the program? Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they was playing something wrong, they'd say, "How do you know?" Then I'd be stopped. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Welty? Why, him and me is pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night. You and Orson gave a talk at the university? Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors steal my head once in a while.
What?
No, so. You should have been there.
I started to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there. What'll it be, Twitch? A bromo seltzer? No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in here to burp. Is that a Lulu? Oh, you and your Lulus. Say, Gil, is this man annoying you? No, Ratcliffe. Put down that cupcake.
Oh, that Ratcliffe's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Doc, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that's who. Orson Welles. You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter.
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now, listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now, behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that tailcoat on again?
Well, at any rate, I'm sorry I missed you. There doesn't seem to be a vacant stool here.
Take mine and I'll sit on your lap, baby face.
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy!
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consommé madeleine, breast of guinea hen under glass, and a bottle of Chateau Lafite 1928.
Hey, what do you think you're at, the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter!
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoop, off my head.
Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time to eat. We're due on the air in a few minutes.
Oh, very well. By the way, did you pick up the sketch we're doing on the program tonight from Mr. Benny's writers?
Here it is, Mr. Wells. Would you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. Now, that's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific. Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough.
It hurts.
Sight gag, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, how about it, Mr. Wells? You want to buy our play?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, it says here, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I noticed. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Sense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away.
His golf bag? Say, the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean, golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time.
Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was passing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, that gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now, Miss Harrington. Get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing?
It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone?
Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Mr. Harris, the telephone in its entirety was invented by Alexander Graham Bell, which I can pronounce. Come, Miss Harrington. What's the delay on that call?
Well, I have the Arizona Biltmore, but they can't seem to locate Mr. Benny.
Let me have that phone, please. Hello? Hello, operator? I'd like to talk to Jack Benny. What? He's not registered. He's not a guest there.
Have her look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house dick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's JB, the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogram towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. Come in. Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain. Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil?
We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger.
Oh, yes. Let's go.
Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight or the Murder Case. Now, in this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells, the police headquarters. Bill, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay. But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
It's always a guy you never suspect, Billy.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson.
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Orson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes.
Well, that cook of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Now, calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about?
我冇法子咯，同我客貴想食生字肉，我就叫佢洗乾隻口嚟啦，我咩嘢都唔俾佢識喎。
So he told me. Anything else?
佢喺望屋路住啦，佢下等線客人，佢入到我廚房做咩嘢？佢摸件入嚟住啦。
You're absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Everything is all settled. John's giving you 2 pork chops, and you can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis.
Content to be with you forever. Wrong, would it be wrong to kiss? Seeing I feel like this, would it be wrong to try?
heard It Can't Be Wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
We've got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Curtain, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for Whom the Bell Tolls. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help! Go over at once. I'm going to be murdered!
Get away with that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it.
Help!
What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those gin-rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat feet?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Oh, Inspector!
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those two guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello? Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Specky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was slumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Oh, was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Specky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch. This crime was committed by...
By who?
I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows!
Calling all cars. Eddie Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all.
This is the house right here. Harris, Day, break down that door.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you?
I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler.
The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime?
I don't know anything, sir. When the murder took place, I was down at the grocery store buying a package of toasted brown sweets at a Grape Nuts place.
Grape nut flakes, eh? Make a note of that, Harris.
Yes, sir.
Now come clean, you. You're talking to the law. What do you know about Grape Nut Flakes?
I know they're America's fastest-growing flake cereal, and they're famous for their malty, rich flavor. And the Grape Nut Flakes come in a 12-ounce economy-sized package.
Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him.
Gotcha.
Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, Cherchez la femme, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, Blue Coaster here. Hi, it's Becky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
A strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely death. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
No excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well?
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Klondike is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solves the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hedy Lamar's house. She may still be trapped. When you sit down to a big, tempting bowl full of appetizing, baldy-rich grape nut flakes, aren't you pleased with yourself? Well, you should be, because it's smart to go for a breakfast dish like that. One chuck full of swell flavor, plus wonderful all-around nourishment. And you're in good company, too, for your neighbors all over the country are also calling for grape nuts flakes. The farmer, the salesman, the welder, the kind of folks who get things done. They start with a nourishing breakfast, and Grape Nuts Flakes are just that. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, crammed full of whole grain food values, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1 for appetite, nerves, and tip-top energy. Vigor, vitality, vitamins. That's V-eating for you with delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.
This program was written by Radcliffe Morrow and Gilroy Boulogne with mayonnaise by Orson Welles.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Most married men like to have a night out with the boys. Sometimes it can be a lot of fun, but other times it can be, but more about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. This Christmas, give the gift of year-round fun. Surprise that special person with RCA Victor's stunning new super personal portable radio. It makes a great Christmas gift for anyone, and for three mighty good reasons. It's handy, it plays longer, and it's top value. This new RCA Victor set is the handiest portable radio ever because it's no bigger than an average-sized book and so lightweight you can take it anywhere with ease. It plays longer, 10 times longer than previous small portables, thanks to new RCA Balanced Life batteries. And its new battery lifesaver switch can add even more playing hours by letting the batteries loaf. And RCA Victor's tiny super personal portable radio is way ahead in value, too. It's trim and smartly styled, comes in a choice of 6 rich colors, and it's priced at only $29.95 plus batteries, slightly higher in the far west and south. And here's something to remember. According to reports, one gift our GIs in Korea would like to receive is a portable radio. And the Super Personal Portable will be a happy choice because it's so tiny, so long playing. If you do decide to send your GI this RCA Victor Super Personal Portable, remember, he probably can't buy batteries. So send a few extra batteries, too. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last night, Elliot Lewis threw his annual poker game and lick your own wounds party. It was held at his apartment, and Phil was the guest of honor. It was quite a night. And now, as we look in on the Harris home, it is noon the next day. Phil is still in bed, and Elliot has come over to see how he's feeling.
Good morning, Curly. Come on, get up. I got a new bebop story for you. Hey, this is real crazy, man. Seems these two cats were standing on the street.
Oh, not now, Elliot. No.
What?
Please, Elliot, not now. My head feels like a Spike Jones rehearsal hall.
Sounds like you enjoyed yourself last night. You have a good time?
I wouldn't know. Oh, Elliot, what happened?
Nothing happened. Came over to my house for a poker game.
Oh, yeah. There was some kind of a disaster, wasn't there?
Oh. Don't you remember? You walked into the apartment, sat down at the table, said hello to the boys.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Then you bought some chips and Sammy started a deal.
I remember that.
Then I made you drink. You started to drink.
That's it. That's when the super chief came through your living room and smacked me right in the kisses. Oh, Elliot, I don't remember a thing after that.
I can't understand it, Curly. All you had was one little sip, and you can't recall a thing.
With the liquor you served, that's possible. What were you serving? Bonded amnesia?
Don't be snide. I served very good bourbon. Nobody ever got hurt drinking Old Vulture.
That's a splendid name for it, Old Vulture. One drink and you start circling.
Oh, Curly, you must be getting old. You had one sip and you can't remember what happened.
Can you remember what happened?
No. But I had 2 sips. Why don't you get up and get dressed and we'll go...
Elliot?
Huh?
Elliot, open the door. I have a lunch tray for Phil.
Uh-oh, that's Alice. Look, Elliot, don't say nothing about the poker game last night. I didn't tell her about it.
What did you tell her?
I didn't tell her anything yet, but if she asks me, I'm going to say I went someplace else instead. And if she asks you, tell her the same thing.
Yeah, okay. Coming, Alice. There you are, Alice.
Oh, good morning, Phil. It's about time you woke up. I brought you some lunch.
What? Oh, thanks, honey. I'm not hungry. I don't feel so good.
Well, you felt all right when you left the house with Elliot last night. Elliot, where did you two go?
We went someplace else instead.
Instead of where?
Instead of the poker game we didn't go to.
Phil Harris, was there a poker game last night?
I imagine there was one someplace. But we didn't go there because instead we went someplace else.
Instead?
I already said that. I slipped it in the middle.
You're confusing me.
Phil, did you have anything to drink last night?
Who? Me? Perish the thought.
Why don't you feel good?
Well, I think I have a bad chest cold.
Well, I haven't heard you coughing.
Well, you haven't been paying attention. I've been coughing like mad all morning. Every 5 minutes I have a spasm and oops, here it comes again.
Phil, that cough sounds terrible.
I'd like to see you do better without a rehearsal. Oh, you mean that I got a bad cold? Yes, I have, dear. My poor chest is just killing me.
I'll get you something for your chest, Phil, and you'll be all right in no time.
Will you tell me something, Elliot?
Yeah?
I don't remember much about last night. Now, just what did we do?
Well, as I remember, we were playing poker, and then you started to sing.
I did? Well, now, wasn't that nice of me? Hey, what did I sing?
A tune, it's something like this. A piece of pudding tray, a piece of pudding tray, a piece of pudding tray.
Hold it. Will you hold it a minute? You're ruining one of my latest RCA Victor records. Look, you better let me do it,
All
huh?
right.
Piece of pudding, piece of pudding, piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. Well, the patty cake, the baker's man. Put it in the oven just as fast as you can. Some like it hot and some like it cold, but I like it in the pot 9 days old. Piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. Didn't care much about going to school. It was all work and no play. When I came home about 3:30, I loved to hear my mama say, here's a piece of pudding hot, hot pudding, piece of pudding cold, cold pudding, piece of pudding in the pot, hot pudding, just 9 days old, 9 days old. A steak all juicy and brown, but I looked on my plate and here's all I found, just a piece of pudding hot, piece of pudding cold, piece of pudding in the pot, just 9 days old. I don't want ham, I don't want greens, there's only one dish that pops my seams. It's a piece of pudding hot. You got the hot pudding, piece of pudding cold, the coldy pudding, piece of pudding in the pot pudding, just 9 days old, just 9 days old. Mama said, son, here's 15 cents. Go watch that elephant jump the fence. He jumped so high, he started to fly. We didn't get back till the 4th of July. Piece of pudding hot. You got the pudding. Piece of pudding cold. The cold pudding. Piece of pudding in the pot. The pot pudding. Just 9 days old. 9 days old. Hot pudding. Cold pudding. Hot pudding. 9 days old. Hot pudding. Cold pudding. Hot pudding. Just 9 days old.
Piece of pudding.
Hey, Curly, that's just the way you sang that song last night.
I did? Then what happened?
My landlady threw us out of the apartment.
Don't like Beethoven, huh? Hey, Elliot, then what did we do?
Well, it's all kind of hazy, but I think we went downtown to a tattoo parlor.
What was that for?
I don't know. I had some wild idea about having my girlfriend Emma's name tattooed on my chest.
You didn't do it, did you?
Well, of course not. I wouldn't. I didn't. Or did I? Curly, I'm going to open my shirt. Tell me quick, is Emma there?
Let me see.
Nah. You sure there's nothing on my chest?
Well, nothing except a little patch of green hair.
I gotta stop wearing those chlorophyll undershirts. Thank goodness it ain't there, huh? It's funny, though. I could have sworn I saw that artist tattoo Emma's name on somebody's chest.
Well, it's possible. Who else was with you?
Just you.
Well, if I was the only one with you... Elliot.
Sir?
I'm going to open my pajama top. And I'm going to look down slowly. And if I see any embroidery work on my lily white body... How?
Don't bother looking, Curly. It's there.
Huh?
Emma, in Old English scroll.
Oh. No. Your girlfriend's name is on my chest? Now, how am I going to explain that to Alice?
Never mind Alice. How am I going to explain it to Emma?
How did her name get on my chest?
Just let me think a minute.
Well, thanks.
It seems to me that when we went into the tattoo parlor, I insisted on seeing a sample of his writing before I'd let him touch me.
So?
So he must use you for a scratch pad.
One of these days, I'm going to kill you.
Don't blame me. It was an accident.
Oh, Ellie, what are you talking about, an accident? Now, can't you see what trouble I'm in? I got to think of some way to get this tattoo off of my chest before Alice sees it.
You better think of something fast. I hear it coming.
Oh, no. Now, what am I going to do?
Well, quick, put your pajama tops on, get back in bed, cover up so she won't see it.
Okay.
Right.
Tattooed at my age. I wouldn't mind if it was a nice battleship, you know, the moles. Look, Elliot, eventually Alice is going to see this tattoo. Now, how am I going to explain Emma to her?
Well, there must be some... Wait a minute. I've been stupid. There's a simple solution. Tell your wife you had the tattoo put on for her.
But her name is Alice.
Get her to change it to Emma.
I got news for you. You're still stupid.
I think it's worth a try, and
Well, Phil. Phil, how do you feel now?
He's much better, Emma.
Emma? My name is Alice.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You know, you're much too glamorous to have a plain name like Alice. A girl of your beauty should have a name that has allure, mystery, fire.
True. I could change it to Lana.
Or Emma.
Or Rita.
Or Emma.
Or Ava.
Or, yeah, I like that one. Of course, Ava isn't the name I had on my mind.
It ain't the one I got on my chest, ain't it?
What was that, Phil?
Nothing, honey, nothing. It would not. I'm a little delirious, honey. Well, my cold is much worse.
Well, I'll fix that in a minute. I'll put this hot mustard plaster on your chest.
My chest? No, honey, that ain't going to do any good. You see, well, you can't... honey, the cold just slipped down to my stomach.
All right, boys. Phil, I don't think there's anything wrong with your chest. I think it's your head.
That's no way to talk to a sick man.
Now, look, if you're sick, let me put this mustard plaster on your chest.
Honey, I don't need medicine. If you want to make me feel better, go downstairs and put some records on the Victrola. You know, the music always soothes me.
Well, if it's music you want, I'll stay here and sing for you.
But can't you do it from downstairs or up on the roof or... Oh, better yet, go over to your mother's house and phone it in.
I'm going to sing right here. No two people have ever been so in love, been so in love, been so in love. No two people have ever been so in love as my lovely dove and I. No two people have ever mooned such a moon, June such a June, spoon, such a spoon. No two people have ever been so in tune as my macaroon and I.
And when we kiss,
and when we kiss,
and when we kiss,
well, it's like this.
Well, it's historical, it's hysterical.
Let me tell you.
Well, certainly, darling.
No two people have ever been so in love, been so in love, been so in love. No two people have ever been so in love as my lovely dove and I. Never before and never again could anything more romantic
again. No two people have ever been so in love.
Been so in love. It's incredible. No two people have ever been so in love as my lovely dove. And this is unique, the positive peak. Oh, we are the most unusual couple on earth.
No two people have ever mooned such a moon.
Such a moon,
such a June,
such a June. What he means is that no two people have ever been so in tune.
Been so as my macaroon
and I.
And when we kiss,
and
when we kiss,
well, it's like this.
Well, it's historical, it's hysterical.
Let me tell you.
Well, certainly, darling.
No two people have ever been so in love.
Been so in
love. Been so in love.
It's impossible. No two people have ever been so in love.
Been so as my lovely dove. And this is the dream, the very extreme, the sort of a dream you couldn't imagine at all.
No two people have ever been so in love.
Been so as my lovely dove. And I. Oh, honey, how do you feel now?
Oh, honey, I'm sicker than ever. Look, you'd better leave the room before you get what I got.
What have you got?
I can't say, but it wouldn't look good on you. Now, please go, will you, honey?
Very well. If you're trying to get rid of me, I'll go. I wonder what's wrong with him. He's acting awfully peculiar. I'd better call the doctor and have him come over and examine him. Gee, I hope it's nothing serious.
Anybody home? I bring the groceries. Oh, hello, Miss Faye. Say, you look upset. What's the matter?
Oh, I'm having trouble with Mr. Harris.
Oh? And what's wrong with the jerky Cherokee today?
Julius, he's sick in bed.
He is? Tell me, does he have much pain?
No, he doesn't have any pain at all.
Can't we fly some in? Well, if Mr. Harris is sick, I guess I ought to go in and see him. Where is he?
Oh, he's in the bedroom with Mr. Lewis. And you go on in, because I'm going to go call the doctor.
See if he can get one who just lost his license. I'll bet that big baboon ain't sick. He must be faking. He and Mr. Lewis are probably up to something. I think I'll sneak up to the door and listen.
Curly, it's not going to do you any good to lie here and pretend you're sick.
Uh-huh. My suspicions have been confirmed.
Oh, maybe you're right, Elliot. Maybe you ought to try and sneak out, because if Alice ever comes in here and sees Emma, I'm dead.
Emma? He's got a dame in there.
Curly, sneaking out won't do any good. Sooner or later, Alice will find out. What you got to do is get rid of Emma.
I can't get rid of her. She's part of me.
Oh, that nasty old man.
There must be some way of getting rid of her.
How can I? I've got her under my skin.
With his loose skin, that's possible.
Elliot, look, there must be something that I can do. I can't stand having Emma on my chest.
She's standing on his chest? This I gotta see. Mr. Harris, why is that woman standing on... All right, fellas, where's Emma? I know there's a woman in here.
There ain't no woman in here.
Are you kidding? I heard you say you got Emma on your... Well, ain't that a dainty doily on your chest?
That's a tattoo.
I see. A married man whose wife's name is Alice has Emma tattooed on his chest. Ooh, wait till Miss Faye hears about this. You might have a tough time.
Now, wait a minute, kid. Wait a minute. Now, the whole thing was an accident, and I don't want my wife to know. Look, Julius, would $20 close your mouth?
I doubt it. I got a pretty big mouth. Two 20s might plug the hole.
All right. Here's $40, and you're not to say anything about Emma, understand?
Yeah, I promise not to say anything to your wife about Emma, in return for which you ought to give me $40.
Right.
Every week.
Julius.
For 20 years.
Look, kid.
With options for renewal.
Why, you little blackmailer,
Curly, he's got you.
All right, so he's got me. Now, look, Julius, I'm going to give you $40 a week. Now, you get out of here. Beat it.
I'm going. By the way, Mr. Harris, you better cover up Emma so the doctor don't see her.
What doctor?
The one your wife called. He's on his way over to examine you.
Huh?
Well, goodbye, Mr. Harris, Mr. Lewis. And so long, Emma, you little annuity, you.
You hear that, Elliot? A doctor. A doctor. Now I'm really dead. The first thing the doctor's going to do is examine my chest, and then Alice will see Emma. All right, brain. What do I do now?
I got an idea. Alice thought you were acting a little peculiar before.
So.
If you can put on an act and make the doctor think you're a little balmy, he'll examine your head, not your chest.
Yeah. That would work.
There's only one danger.
What?
You might find something wrong with your head.
Well, that's a chance I'll have to take. Don't worry, I'll put on an act that'll really fool that doctor.
Yeah, but you got to be subtle. Just act a little irrational. When you speak, don't make too much sense, but don't overdo it.
Phil, the doctor is here.
Oh, goody. Butter him and slide him under the door.
Oh, Phil, I was worried about you, so I called the doctor. Dr. Conrad, this is my husband, Mr. Harris.
How do you do, Mr. Harris? Now, what seems to be troubling you? That'll be $10, please.
Why, there's nothing troubling me.
That's what they all say. Now, you just sit down and take your shoes off. The blacksmith will be back in a minute.
Doc, this is the doctor.
Oh, isn't that splendid? I love doctors.
Well, that makes me glad all over. Now, look, will you please...
Do you know that more doctors smoke Camels than any other animal?
Phil, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a crazy 2-year-old.
You're just saying that to keep me out of the big race today. And I'm the only one who can beat citation. Are my oats ready?
You know, Harris, I think I'll have to put you under observation.
I knew it. You're just trying to get rid of me. I knew as soon as you walked in with your long blonde curls you were planning to steal my bald-headed wife.
Curly, it's the other way around.
I know, but it sounds crazier my way. Doctor, why do you want to run away with my wife when movies are better than ever?
Look, Harris.
Quiet, dear. They're playing our song.
Well, I think I've heard enough. I'm leaving, Mrs. Harris. Your husband doesn't need a chest specialist.
Should I call a psychiatrist?
Why waste the money? Just get a couple of squirrels and have them carry him off. Goodbye.
There he goes, and he didn't even kiss me goodbye. Oh, well, anyone for channel swimming?
Curly, he's gone. You can stop.
I don't want to stop. I like that kind of talk. This may be the beginning of a new character for me. Now, if you'll hand me my roller skates, I'll be off to the race.
All right, Phil, all right. What's going on? Why didn't you want the doctor to look at your chest?
Well, I don't want anybody to see it, honey. It looks awful. It's all discolored.
Well, I'm going to see it anyway. I'm going to take those pajama tops off.
No, please, don't touch me. My chest, well, it has a horrible rash, and if you should see it, you'll...
Hold still! Now I'll be able to see what... Bill Harris, what is that name tattooed on your chest? Who is Emma?
Emma's my girlfriend.
What's her name doing on Phil's chest?
Well, my chest was too small to put it on, so Curly allowed me to use it.
That's right, honey, that's right. And greater love hath no man than to lend his bosom to a narrow-chested friend.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Unless you're an expert, you wouldn't try to repair your own car. You drive it into a garage and have a mechanic do it. Radio and television receivers are even more complex than automobiles. And if they need to be serviced, the job should always be done by expert technicians. Your local radio television serviceman is trained in the adjustment and repair of radios and television sets. He has expensive test equipment to make sure your receiver is restored to its original performance. So always call on your serviceman if your radio or television set needs adjustment. It will cost you less in the long run. And if the picture tube or any one of the receiving tubes needs to be replaced, your serviceman will recommend RCA tubes. They cost no more, and they're your best insurance against failure in your radio or television set. Always insist on RCA tubes.
Folks, this is Phil again. Next week, local chapters of the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce in hundreds of cities and towns from coast to coast will begin one of their most important Christmas activities, the JC Christmas Shopping Tour for orphans and underprivileged children. There are thousands of these youngsters who have never known the pleasure of giving, and that's just what the JC Christmas Shopping Tour offers them, the chance to enjoy this new experience. To find out how this heartwarming program works in your town, how you can participate, listen to your local radio and TV personalities this coming week. They'll tell you all about it. And you can help a lot of swell kids have a brighter Christmas. And it'll make you feel great yourself. So watch for the JC Christmas Shopping Tour in your community next week. Thanks, everybody, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was Joseph Kearns. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Last year, RCA Victor made Christmas especially beautiful for millions of Americans with an album of Yuletide songs sung by the Robert Shaw Chorale. And now, RCA Victor brings you Volume 2, Robert Shaw's Christmas Hymns and Carols. In this brand new album, available in all 3 speeds, the Robert Shaw Chorale sings 26 beautiful but seldom heard Christmas selections. Buy either or both of these wonderful RCA Victor Christmas albums at your record dealers tomorrow.
Tonight, hear Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. If it's free, I'll have a cup, too.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Jack Benny, yours truly, Toby Reed, Joseph Kearns, Harry Lubin of the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, today Today we find the Burnses sitting in a booth in the Brown Derby restaurant. It seems their old friend, Jack Benny, has invited them to lunch, and they're waiting for him to arrive.
Gracie, I wish you hadn't told me Jack wish you hadn't arranged for us to have lunch with Jack. It's always so embarrassing.
What do you mean?
Well, those lousy tips he leaves. He's been eating here 5 years, and he's yet to tip more than $1.
Well, $1 isn't a bad tip.
That's for the 5 years. Besides, if we're his guests, he'll make us order crackers and milk. The cheapest thing on the menu.
Well, Judge, I wish you wouldn't talk that way about Jack. He's always been awfully nice to me. Did you see the birthday present he sent me?
Why, no.
Well, it's a coupon which entitles me to a year's subscription to Harper's Bazaar.
From Jack?
Mm-hmm. All I have to do is fill it out and send it in with $7.
Harper's Bazaar is $6.
Well, Jack gets $1 commission.
Jack Benny hasn't put his hand in his pocket. January will be 80 years.
What can be keeping him? Doesn't he know what time it is?
No. He's too tight to buy a watch. Tells time by the sun.
Oh, George, tells time by the sun.
I'm not kidding. Shh, here he comes.
Oh, hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Jack.
I'm sorry I'm late, kids. These cloudy days throw me.
What did I tell you?
Oh, waiter, we're ready to order.
Yes, sir.
Would Madame like to start with a cocktail?
Oh, no, thanks. I never drink.
I meant a shrimp cocktail.
No matter how small it is, I never drink.
Mrs. Burns will have a steak, and I'll have a broiled lobster.
Steak and broiled lobster? Well, they're both very good here, but as long as you're in the Brown Derby, you really should order the specialty of the house. You see, crackers and milk.
Oh, I've changed my mind. I won't have a steak.
Good.
I'll have lamb chops.
Well, the crackers are very crisp here, and they put the crumbs in a sack so you can take them home.
I think I'll have lamb chops.
Madame will enjoy the lamb chops. We serve them with little paper panties on.
Well, don't your legs get cold?
Grace, that's our order, waiter. How about you, Jack?
I'll have crackers and milk.
That was a delicious meal, Gracie. Where did Jack go?
Well, the waiter refused to give him any more crackers, so he went to complain to the manager.
My gosh. He talked them out of extra milk.
Yeah, wasn't that clever? He kept handing his glass of milk to the waiter and saying, "Put a head on this."
And mark my words. We'll get stuck with the check as usual.
Well, George, that's your own fault. When the check comes, Jack always says, "Here, I'll take it." But then you always speak up and say, "No, Jack, I'll get it." So he lets you get it.
That's right. He knows I'll say that.
Well, sure.
Well, today when he says, "Here, I'll take it," I'll just keep my big mouth shut.
How do you like this place? They refuse to give me extra crackers. Just wait till they ask me to put more bluing in their tablecloths. I'll show them.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Here's your check. That'll be $10.30.
Here, I'll take it. Well, somebody say something. That will be $10.30.
You shut up!
Look, George, if you want the check, I won't fight you.
I don't want the check.
In that case, we'll fight.
You're the stingiest man who ever lived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so. Well, don't act so proud. You're not the first one who ever said that.
Now, please, don't get into a fight. There's no point to it.
No point to it?
You're the only two men in the world who couldn't hurt each other.
Well, I'm not paying this check. After all, Jack, you invited us to lunch. Sure, I make a nice gesture. This is a thanks, I guess.
Oh, George, let's not make a scene. Go ahead and pay the check.
All right, but I just want to say this. Jack, if you let me pay this check, you're a low, miserable, tight-fisted, conniving miser. You're a disgrace to our profession, and I'll never speak to you again as long as I live. Well. Now, Mr. Burns, if you've finished, I have a few words to say. What are they? Here's the check.
All right, George, we're home now. Calm down and forget about Jack Benny.
I can't forget about it. How a man can go through life letting someone else pay his way, I'll never know.
Well, now, don't let it make you so nervous. My goodness. When you paid that check, you were so upset you could hardly get my purse open.
You know, Gracie, Jack didn't used to be this way. When we were in vaudeville with him, he was an altogether different fellow.
Say, now that you mention it, he was. Well, people used to call him Generous Jack the Plunger.
Yes, in those days, he spent money like water.
I wonder what slowed him down to such a drift.
I don't know. Maybe it was the disappointment of you marrying me instead of him. He was pretty sweet on you in those days.
Well, I liked him too. You know, Jack was awfully good looking.
Yeah.
Of course, that was a long time ago.
Now he has to use makeup. Tell me something, Gracie. Jack Benny was a big star, young, good-looking, talented, loaded with money, and a big spender. I was just a struggling young song and dance man. Why did you marry me instead of Jack?
Oh, George, you don't have to ask that, do you?
No, I guess I don't.
Well, good, because I haven't got an answer.
Fine.
You know, I can't get over the change in Jack. When he was courting me, he was the most generous man in the world.
He certainly was.
Remember the night you both proposed to me?
Sure. We got into an argument, and I hit Jack over the head with his violin.
See? I'll never forget that night. That was 16 years ago, but it seems like yesterday. I remember Jack arrived at my house first. He brought along his violin to serenade me, and when I went to the
Hi, Gracie.
Why, Generous Jack.
That's me, baby. Here's a couple of dozen orchids for you.
Oh, Jack, they're so expensive.
What do I care? I always say money is made to be spent. I mean, you can't take it with you. Hey, Gracie, let's go out tonight and have a big champagne party. I've had a dozen cases of the most expensive champagne flown in from France.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I don't drink.
But, Gracie, Mum's extra dry.
Well, then let her drink it. Besides, we don't want to be gone when George Burns gets here.
George Burns?
Mm-hmm.
Will he be here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was playing Altoona.
Well, he was, but he got into an argument with the manager. He said he'd never play that theater again as long as he lived.
What'd the manager say?
That was the manager talking.
Oh, well, Gracie, I hoped we'd be alone tonight. There's a question I planned to. I'll tell you what. Let's go for a ride in my new car.
You bought another new car? What happened to your stuffed bear cat?
The man in the filling station admired it, so I gave it.
Jack, what kind of a car did you buy this time?
A Maxwell. But I probably won't keep it long either.
Well, Jack, I can't be gone when George gets here. Jack, get up off your knees. You'll ruin your new suit.
So what? I'll throw it away. It's old anyway. I've had it since yesterday. Now, Gracie, look,
Oh, that must be George. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Jack Benny, what are you doing down on your knees? I'm proposing to Gracie. Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You? How could you support her? Who's planning to? Oh, Gracie, don't marry this broken-down vaudeville hoofer.
Well, I think George is a very good dancer. You ought to see him do that adagio dance with his girl partner. It isn't easy to throw a person 10 feet in the air and then catch them.
You said it.
But that girl hasn't dropped George once.
But, Gracie, what future has George got dancing in vaudeville? Vaudeville is dead. It's been killed.
Is that true, George?
Well, you don't expect him to confess, do you? Well, me, look at I'm a violinist. I can go in that new business called radio. Yeah? Well, listen to this. I love you, I do. You're the only girl that I adore.
Oh, Jack. When George sings, doesn't it just send you?
Yeah, but not far enough. Now, if you want to hear some real music, listen to this. No, this is called The Flight of the Bumblebee. I've been told I play it very realistically.
Oh, you do, Jack. When you play it, actually sings.
You did say sting. S-T-I-N-K. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, here's my violin. Let's see what you can do with it. Okay. Here's what I can do with it. Oh.
Oh, George. You knocked him unconscious with his violin. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. You might have broken a string.
I'll teach him to try to steal my girl. Oh.
Oh, look, he's coming too.
What happened? Where am I?
You're at my house, Jack.
Who are you?
I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these orchids, remember?
I bought all those orchids?
Yes.
I must be nuts. They cost a fortune.
But you're generous Jack the plunger.
Plunger, schmunger. Money doesn't grow on trees.
But, Jack, you always say you can't take it with you.
Sister, if I can't take it with me, I'll find a way to send it. And you'll get a bill for these orchids tomorrow. Good night. It all comes back to me now, Gracie. From that night on, Jack Benny was a tightwad.
Yeah, it was that blow in the head that did it. George, do you realize what this means? It's our fault that Jack is stingy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, then it's up to us to change him back. Yeah, I've got it. Hit him over the head with his violin again.
Yeah, that might do it. But I can't do that again.
Why not?
Well, we were young guys then. I can't hit a man with gray hair.
We'll take it off.
Beautiful morning. And really, friends, what a beautiful, wonderful morning it is when breakfast starts with fragrant, cheering Maxwell House coffee. How about it? Have you discovered how much more enjoyment there is in every cup of Maxwell House? Do you know why more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the entire world? Well, the answer, of course, is flavor. Yes, rich, heartwarming, good-to-the-last drop flavor that no other coffee gives you. No coffee but Maxwell House. To create it, our Maxwell House experts combine not one, but many superb varieties of Highland-grown Latin American coffees. With care and skill, they select Monticelli's coffees for mellowness. They add Medellins for richness. other choice coffees contribute robust vigor. And finally, they round out the blend with Bucaramangas for fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and brought to you vacuum-packed in the familiar blue tin. Not just days fresh, but roaster fresh.
And because you folks on the West Coast really know and enjoy coffee at its best, Maxwell House is blended and roasted for you right here on the West Coast to satisfy your critical taste.
America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I had a talk with Dr. Miller, the psychiatrist. He says the blow on the head might turn Jack Benny into Generous Jack the Plunger.
Oh, wonderful.
But he says we'll have to create the same situation we were in 16 years ago.
Oh, but George, he was proposing to me when you hit him. He can't do that now. I'm married to you.
Well, you'll have to pretend that we've split up and that you're single again. You get Jack to give you a date.
Oh, well, maybe he won't do it. I'm not as young and pretty as I used to be.
Oh, Grace.
Huh?
Gracie, you haven't changed since the day I married you. You're young, lovely, sweet, desirable.
Oh, thank you, George. You haven't changed either.
I haven't?
No, you felt the same way about me then.
Yeah, well, run along and see Jack.
Yes? Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Jack.
I suppose you came over to apologize for George's behavior at lunch yesterday.
Well, no. Why should I care what my ex-husband does?
Ex-husband?
Oh, didn't you know? It was in all the columns.
Well, I haven't been getting the paper lately. The Colemans have it brought right into their house now. So you and George have called it off, huh?
I'm single again. I'd even have a date if a very attractive man asked me.
I'd love to ask you, of course. I'm not as attractive as I used to be. Huh?
Ah, yes, you are, Jack.
Oh, go on. I'm much older than I was then.
Oh, no, you're not. You're still 39. How come you've never married, Jack?
Oh, I guess I've been waiting for you, Gracie. Is there still a chance for me?
Well, maybe. You used to say that the girl you married would have everything. Mink coat, Cadillac, diamonds, and all the money she could spend. Do you still feel that way?
Certainly. That's why I want to marry you. You've got all those things. Gee, Gracie, we were meant for each other. Now, how about it?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. You have to court me first.
Again?
Uh-huh. Call on me tonight and bring the orchid.
But I did all that.
That was 16 years ago.
Well, didn't you save them? You know, they keep forever in the icebox.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have a lot of the things you gave me. I keep them pressed between the pages of the book. You brought me such nice flowers.
I used to bring you candy, too.
Yeah, I wish I could get that book open.
Well, I'll see you tonight, Gracie.
Yeah, well, it's a date, Jack. And be sure to bring your violin.
Okay. Shall we have an evening with Beethoven?
No, come by yourself. Oh, it worked, George. Jack said he will come courting me tonight, just like he did 16 years ago.
That's great.
Now, we want to duplicate that, not exactly, so you arrive after Jack has been here for a while.
Just a minute. I like the idea of leaving you alone with that old gray wolf. Might try to kiss you.
Oh, George, relax. He's bringing his violin.
So what?
So by the time he carries that over, he'll be all tired.
Well, okay. I'll go down to the drugstore. See you later.
Oh, kiss me goodbye.
Okay.
George, have you been carrying violins?
just the rosin. I'll say that. Well, here I am, Gracie.
Oh, Jack, how nice to see you.
Gee, this is just like old times. Do you still like flowers?
Love them.
Well, here you are, baby. Here's enough flowers to fill this room.
Oh, how nice. A package of seeds.
I mean, after all, it's spring. You know, half the fun of flowers is watching them grow and seeing them raise their tiny green heads. Which reminds me, George won't be around tonight.
Yes, Jack, he might drop by later.
Well, I better get down on my knees and propose to you right now before he gets here. Darn it, I'm too late. I heard a door open.
That was your niece. Come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, Jack Benny. What are you doing down on your knees? Never mind. Just help me up.
Jack was about to propose to me, George.
Well, Gracie, I want you to marry me. You married her once. Give somebody else a chance.
Well, George, if you're proposing, get down on your knees like Jack.
Okay.
Oh, isn't this thrilling? Two fiery lovers bidding for my hand.
George, does this cold floor bother your rheumatism? It's murder. And I found some stuff that's awfully good. Really? What is it? I've tried everything. It's a new liniment. Works wonders. That's for me. My knees have been killing me. Isn't the rainy season just torture? Oh, I must get that liniment. I'll let you try some of mine.
Oh, some fiery lovers. We'll have to honeymoon at the Mayo Clinic. Boy, you're proposing to me, remember? Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Where's the... George and Jack Benny down on their knees? What goes on here?
Well, can't you guess, Phil?
Somebody dropped a penny, huh?
Guess again, comedian. Bill, we happen to be proposing marriage.
Well, I hope you'll be very happy together.
Would you like to drop back in about 2 weeks?
Oh, not me. I want to stick around and see who asked who what and what the answer is.
Bill, look, Dimples, we're proposing marriage to Gracie. You see, George and Gracie aren't married anymore.
Gracie, is this true?
Well, yes, Phil. I'm single now, but George wants me to marry him again, and so does Jack Benny. I can't decide between them.
Can't decide between them. Gracie, this is your chance to marry one of the biggest stars in the country, a man with a great future in television.
Yes, I was good, you know.
Not only a great talent, but loaded with personality, charm, good looks.
Blue eyes, don't be a fellow.
Gracie, you lucky girl. This is your chance to marry me.
You? Scram, Bill, you're lousing up everything. Pay no attention to him, Gracie. I'm asking you to be the mother of my children.
How many have you got?
None yet, but in a couple of years or so, I'm sure we'll hear the patter of little feet.
Well, marry me, Gracie, and we'll hear the patter of little feet tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Sure, you'll be running back and forth to the kitchen bringing me Maxwell House coffee. Think how happy we'll be, Gracie, with rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House coffee from morning till night.
Well, if you're going to get commercial about this, you can marry me and feel her level best.
Oh, you serve Maxwell House coffee too, huh? Isn't it great, Jack? You know, Maxwell House is a blend of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection.
Still, I meant that if Gracie married me, we'd have plenty of lucky.
Lucky?
Yes. What do I work for?
Darned if I know. You got all the money in the world. See, Wiz, you can buy Maxwell House by the carload. And Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee. Always good to the last drop. How about it, Gracie? Will you marry me?
Well, I'm sorry, Bill, but it's between George and Jack. But don't feel bad. Whichever one I choose, you'll be the best man at the wedding.
Well, obviously. So lie. How about it, Gracie? How about it? Will you marry me? No, she's going to marry me. But, Gracie, George has no future. I mean, radio's passé. I'll be a sensation in that new business, television.
Well, so will George. In fact, I've heard lots of people say that television would collapse without him.
They said it would collapse without George?
That's right. They said that George single-handed is holding up television.
Yeah, I wonder how they meant that. Look, I know how to settle this, Gracie. I'll serenade. George, hand me my Stradivarius. This violin is a Stradivarius? Certainly. I got it from Sam Stradivarius, the pawnbroker. Oh, Sam. Now, let me have it.
Well, you heard him, George. Let him have it.
I'll be glad to. Oh.
Well, it happened just like it did 16 years ago.
Better. This time I hit him before he played. What happened? Where am I?
Well, you're at my house.
Who are you?
Well, I'm your girl, Gracie Allen. You brought me these seats, remember?
I brought you a package of seeds? What a cheap thing to do. I'll call the florist and have him bring you $100 worth of orchids. Gosh. And a potted plant for your father here. Oh. Well, let's all go to Ciro's and have a champagne dinner on me. Mum's extra dry.
Hasn't that poor old lady had a drink yet?
See, what's happened to me? I'm spending money like crazy, and I can't stop. That's right. You're Generous Jack again. Again? You mean I've been this way before?
Well, sure. You used to be Generous Jack the Plunger. Then George hit you over the head with your violin, and you stopped spending money.
Getting hit over the head with my violin made me stop spending money? That's right.
Jack, put down that violin. Jack,
stop hitting yourself over the head. Jack!
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, when we will have as our guest Robert Montgomery, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I want to thank you for that magnificent tribute, but weren't you over that big hero you were talking about? Treacherous icebergs, terrifying monsoons. Hey, I've never even trapped a monsoon. Although I saw one once at a zoo.
Jack, you're thinking of a mongoose.
That's what I mean, Don. You see, during the First World War, I was a jerk that happened to be in a sailor suit. That's all. And say, Don, I haven't seen you since we went off the air a week ago Sunday. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, Jack, I'm going to start a picture in a few weeks, so I thought I'd take off some weight working on my ranch.
Oh.
You know, I've lost 2 pounds off my stomach already.
Off your stomach, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, Don, if you look back over your shoulder to see if your heels are run down, on the way you may come across those 2 pounds. If you want to lose weight, brother, you better diet.
I guess you're right. By the way, Jack, what have you been doing since our last broadcast?
Well, you know how tired I was after my illness and everything, so I went to Palm Springs and got out in that old sun for a few days. Don't you notice the tan on my face, Don?
Yes, you do have a nice color, Jack, but what are those round white spots just above your eyebrows?
The white spots? Oh, that's Rochester's fault. He's so careless.
Why? What happened?
Well, you see, I was taking a sun bath, and I gave Rochester $50 to go out and buy me some cigars. And when he came back, I was asleep, so he laid the change on my forehead. 3 dimes. That accounts for the pawn shop effect. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. My goodness, where have you been?
Oh, I took a little trip to Palm Springs. Don't I look good?
I'll say. You look 50 years younger.
You mean 15?
I know what I mean.
Well, I really feel swell. Take it from me, Don, for a healthy vacation, there's nothing like a week in Palm Springs.
Oh, you're right, Jack. It's wonderful. What hotel did you stay at?
Hotel? Well, I didn't exactly stay at a hotel. You see, Don, I sort of wanted to rough it, be close to nature. You know, get right out there in the desert.
Where'd you live, in a gopher hole?
No, I didn't live in a gopher hole.
Don't tell me you went to that same dump you stayed at the last time.
Mary, if you can call the Happy Hour Auto Court a dump, then I give up. In the first place, it's got a nice, homey atmosphere.
Any place you hang your hair is home to you.
Don't listen to her, Don. The Happy Hour is really one of the nicest auto courts west of the Mississippi.
Who runs it, Jack?
I told you, Happy Hour, Miss Hour's brother. Oh, it's a lovely spot.
And it's right in Palm Springs, huh?
Well, it's not right in Palm Springs, is it, Mary?
No, it's closer to Boyle Heights.
It is not. Don, you must have passed it lots of times. Look, when you leave Riverside, you turn off that side road where the barbecue stand is. You know the one that has that little red-headed cashier?
Oh, you mean Babette?
Yes. She's a... Well, anyway, you turn off on that road, and on the left-hand side is the auto court. Oh, you can't miss it.
Oh, I know. It's that place right next to the goat farm.
That's it. That's the place. When there's a west wind, you get $1 off your rent. I only had one lucky night. And listen, Don, if you want to live in a nice, refined place, you stop at the Happy Hour.
But, Jack, isn't it a little too far from Palm Springs?
Why, no, it's only a 10-minute walk.
Go on, it's 15 minutes to the bathroom.
Not if you know the shortcut. And by the way, Don, they have a lunchroom at the Happy Hour, and here's a little tip for you. If you happen to go into the lunchroom, don't order the number 4 breakfast.
Why not?
Because it's $0.10 more than the number 3. And the only difference is that on the number 3 breakfast, the girl always says, "We're out of ham." But on the number 4 breakfast, she says, "We're out of ham, sorry." I found that out the first day.
Tell them about the waffles they serve, Jack.
Oh, well, that's just a novelty.
What about the waffles, Mary?
They've got numbers on them so you can play bingo till your eggs come.
Listen, Mary, it's those little touches that make Happy Hour's place unique.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on a...
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, I feel fine now.
That's good.
But I sure got stinking last night.
Stinking?
I fell in a manhole.
Oh, well, for a minute, kid, I thought you meant you'd been drinking.
Gosh, no. I promised my mother I wouldn't drink till I was 21.
Well, how old are you now?
She won't tell me.
Oh.
Say, Mr. Benny, doesn't it seem strange broadcasting on Friday night instead of Sunday?
Yes, it does, Dennis. And tonight we're doing a guest broadcast for a different product, too. By the way, Dennis, do you smoke Camel cigarettes?
I sure do. And before that, I used to roll my own.
Oh, roll your own like a cowboy, eh? That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, the grape nut flakes kept falling out all the time.
Well, I should have my head examined for not telling you to sing the minute you walked in. You might as well do it now.
Are you disappointed in me, Mr. Benny?
No, you're stupid and you came through. That's disappointed. Now go ahead and sing your song.
Oh, pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Hold it, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Wen Niles.
Wen Niles? Say, aren't you a little confused, Jack? We had the Hope Show last week. I'm Ken Niles.
Oh, well, tell me, Ken, are you Wen Niles' brother?
Well, I'm not sure. I have so many brothers. You see, there's Yen, Glenn, Len, Ben, and Titikatum.
Titikatum?
Yes, T is for Titikatum. And also for taste and throat.
Oh, I see what you're getting.
Your own T-zone proving ground for Camel's rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness.
You mean your mother actually named her children Ken, Yen, Len, Glenn, and Ben?
Yes, Jack. First Yen was born, and Mom said, "Oh, dear, now I've got an awful yen."
I see. Ooh.
And if you, too, have an awful yen for a cigarette that won't go flat, no matter how many you smoke, get Camel. Because Camel's extra flavor helps them to hold up pack after pack. Now, after yen came blend.
Blend? What does that mean?
Well, I thought Don Wilson was corny. Go ahead.
I don't know what blend means in a baby, but in a cigarette, the blend means everything.
I see.
Camels, of course, are a matchless blend of costlier tobaccos. And that's why they're so cool smoking and slow burning.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels, get it back tonight.
Thanks, Ken. And now let's have your song, Dennis.
You could hear a pin drop there in the crowd. One look at you, first thing I knew, I stumbled on a cloud. Softly as a raindrop that's falling from a treetop, I listened to my heart throb right there before you. What a lovely meeting there in the heart. I felt a thrill, one that I still can't brush aside. Say hello, not dating. How else has anything explained it? Or you could hear a pin drop when love dropped
That was You Could Hear a Pin Drop, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. Take a bow.
Well, I take it.
Oh, sit down. And now, folks, going from the ridiculous to the nauseating. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Sorry I'm late, pal. I bet you thought I'd never get here.
I prayed for it. Well, tell me, Phil, how do you like broadcasting on Friday for a change?
I don't know. How much change am I going to get? That Harris is phenomenal with a capital F tonight. Yes, sir.
You corny. But on the level, Phil, don't you think Sunday is a pretty blank day now that all the comedians are off for the season?
What do you mean, all the comedians? Fred Allen is still broadcasting.
Phil, calling Allen a comedian is like slipping a rocking chair under Gypsy Rose Lee and calling her Whistler's mother. Allen, a comedian. Look, fellas, anybody can get laughed with that stuff Fred Allen does every week. Take that Allen's Alley, for instance. There's nothing to it.
What do you mean there's nothing to it?
I mean, it's a surefire formula. Now, look, every Sunday he goes around, knocks on doors, and asks a question. I'll show you. Give me that clothespin.
What are you going to do, Jackson?
I'm going to put it on my nose and make off like Fred Allen and take a trip to Benny's Boulevard. Now, Mary, you be Portland Hopper. Dennis, I want you to be Socrates Mulligan. And Phil, you're Falstaff, the highbrow poet. All right, Mary, let's go. Wait till I get this clothespin on my nose. Where? That's it. That's it. Go ahead, Mary. Start it.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny!
Well, what is it, Seattle? As the broom said to the dustpan, what do you hear from the mop? I ad-libbed that, folks. I'm always ad-libbing.
Mama says if you don't stop ad-libbing, someday you're going to say something funny and surprise everybody.
Oh, your mother.
Have you got a question for Benny's Boulevard, Mr. Benny?
I certainly have, Seattle, and this is it. Who is the funnier comedian, Jack Benny or Fred Allen? And here we go to Benny's Boulevard to investigate. I've got this clothespin on my nose. Well, let's find out what John Doe has to say.
Oh, it's you again.
Good afternoon. Now tell me, Mr. Doe, do you listen to radio?
Only the commercials. You know what they talk about what they're selling.
Well, what about the show itself that follows the commercial?
Well, by the time that starts, I'm already down at the corner buying the stuff.
I see. Then you wouldn't know who's a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny.
Nah, all I know is D-O.
I see. Now, Seattle. Now, Seattle, we'll see what Mrs. Nussbaum has to say. Tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who do you think is the funniest comedian on the radio?
Well, my first husband like Abbott and Castellanos.
That's Costello.
And my second spouse is like Fibber, McGee, and Becky.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Nussbaum, who is your favorite comedian? Is it Jack Benny?
You should live so long. Are we going home now, Mr. Benny?
What are you holding your nose for?
Shall I tell them, folks?
Seattle, behave yourself. Now to find out what Socrates Mulligan thinks. He lives right here.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mulligan, get this one, folks. Well, Mr. Mulligan, I'm here to stew with you. I'm an ad-libbing fool. Now, Mr. Mulligan, I'm going to name two comedians, and you tell me which one you prefer. First, Fred Allen.
Oh, he makes me laugh.
And what does Jack Benny make you do? Seattle, we're not getting any place.
Try this next house, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Welcome, friend. Pray do come in. Falstaff's here, and I ain't 10.
You ain't fat either. There I go with another ad-lib. Falstaff, tonight... This thing is killing me up here. Falstaff, tonight... Tonight we have a brand new question for you.
That is precisely why I'm here.
That's precisely. Precisely.
I have written a poem.
Then Precisely was right.
Have you heard? This isn't a blackout, Uncle Mo. You bought that hat too big.
No, I haven't.
Or, I've saved the gloves that Mother wore when she knocked out Gunboat Smith.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. My question tonight is this. Who do you think is a funnier comedian, Fred Allen or Jack Benny?
Allen is corny. He's nasal, he's dull. Benny's the same, with no hair on his skull.
But all that I asked was for you to compare us.
For a socko comedian, just give me Phil Harris.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we wave goodbye to Benny's Boulevard as two pretty waves wave back. This ad-libbing will be the death of me. See what I mean, folks? And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, pardon me. And now, ladies, at least I can take it off. Alan can't. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a custom on every Camel program which we as guests are proud to observe. This is it. Time to send thanks to the Yanks of the week. Americans who have distinguished themselves for heroism in the battle area.
To the twin brothers, 29-year-old machinist mates, John and Rolla Cordell of Durham, Oklahoma, who have just been cited by the Navy for heroism aboard the carrier Lexington. In the Battle of the Coral Sea, both the Cordell brothers remained far below decks, in the engine room of the fire-swept and explosion-rocked carrier, refusing to leave their posts, remaining in the darkness, smoke, and heat until they were exhausted. We salute you, first-class machinist mates John and Rolla Cordell, and in your honor, the makers of Camels are sending to our Navy men in the South Pacific 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
On each of the 4 Camel shows, we'll salute another Yank of the week, and on each of them send 300,000 camels to men in his battle area. A total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. Camels thank the Yanks in this country with the 3 traveling camel caravans, which since 1941 have given free camels and over 2,000 free performances to audiences of nearly 3 million servicemen.
In the Sky or Something, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, by the way, Phil, I meant to ask you, were you and your boys playing at the California shipyard over in Wilmington last week? No, why? Well, I was passing by there and I thought I heard... No, I guess they were just riveting. They're very busy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Oh, say, Mr.
We're going...
What? Can I speak to you a minute?
What is it, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get slugged for this, but you made a mistake in my check for our last show a week ago Sunday.
A mistake in your check? No. There was no mistake, Dennis. And now...
But you deducted $2.75. What was that for?
Dennis, if you remember, when you sang your song on our program, there was an 8-bar rest right in the middle of it. Any resting my cast does will be strictly on their own time. Sorry, kid.
But that's the way my song was arranged.
I docked the arranger, too. There was no favorite. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Say, Jack.
What?
Here's $1.50. I'm going to the powder room.
Don't be facetious. That's good there, wasn't it? Don't be facetious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce... For our feature attraction tonight, the Benny Take It or Starve players will present an original detective mystery entitled The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Who Picked Mrs. Pike's Teeth. Now, Mary, you're going to play the part of Mrs. Pike, who owns a pea.
Is the Peak a pup?
No, Mrs. Pope has a pup. You're Pike with a Peak.
Has the Pooch got a pouch?
No! Now, Don.
Yes, Jack.
I've got you down for the part of a fat butler.
But remember, Jack, I've been on a diet and lost 2 pounds.
That's what I said. You're part of a fat butler. Now, I will play the lead. Police Captain O'Benny of the Homicide Squad. And Dennis, you're going to be one of my assistants. And you're going to be hard-boiled and calloused and tough, like I am.
You tough?
What are you laughing at?
You're the only guy I know who has to break a piece of toast over his knee.
Well, I like it real crisp. And Phil, you're going to be my other assistant.
But I'm a poet, old boy. Have you heard? I brought Dad his pipe and slippers as they strapped him in the chair.
Now, cut that out. Let's see, we got to have somebody to play the part of Mrs. Pike's chauffeur. I know, Rochester. That's all. I'll call my house. Mary, give me that phone.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Number, please.
Hello. Give me Crestview 7071.
Crestview 7071.
Yes.
It may take a little time. I'm a new operator here.
That's all right. It's all right, miss. Give me Crestview 7071.
I tried to get a job driving a bus, but they told me I was a streetcar type.
Well, that's too bad. Get me Crestview 7071.
I got a sister working at Lockheed, but do you think she'd think anything about me?
She might. Why don't you ask her? Crestview, look at Crestview 7071, please.
I told her last night at supper, Gertrude, you're a louse.
Look, miss, all I want is Crestview 7071. Now, will you please get it for me?
Okay, Blue Eyes.
Thank you. Fine service. Got a good mind to call up.
Hello?
Hello, Crestview 7071?
No, this is Hempstead, 3853.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is Morrow's Fish Market. I'm new here.
Well, look, I want Crestview 7071.
I'm just working here temporary till my wife gets her strength back.
Well, look, thanks just the same. Look, I want to get Crestview 7071.
Seems funny, me in a fish market. Don't tell anybody.
I don't even know you. Morrow's Fish Market. He wishes he wasn't a fish market. Goodbye. Everybody telling me their troubles. Give me that other phone, Mary. I'll dial the number.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hope Rochester's still awake. Said he wasn't feeling well and might go to bed early. Poor fellow, he didn't look good either. Hello?
Oh, Satchmo, where are you? The party's in full swing.
What?
Josephine, the whole gang are here. Mr. Benny won't be home till midnight.
I see. Well, Rochester, this is Mr. Benny.
Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh, get off my lap, Josephine. I gotta think fast.
Now, Rochester, when I left the house a few hours ago, you told me you had a splitting headache and you were going to bed early. What happened?
It ain't my fault, boss. Some of my friends pulled a surprise party on me for my birthday.
Rochester, your birthday isn't until next month.
Well, we gotta get rolling, don't we?
I see. Who all is there?
Well, there's my cousin Sam and his wife.
Uh-huh.
And my friend Sylvester and his sweetheart.
That's 4.
No, 3. This is one of them eternal triangles.
Oh.
Then there's Josephine.
That's your girl.
No, she came with Sam.
I thought you said Sam came with his wife.
That's right.
What's right?
Josephine is Sam's wife.
Now, what is she doing on your lap?
I don't know. Do you want to talk to Sam?
Look, I don't want to talk to anybody. Now, look, Rochester, you lied to me, so that party of yours will have to break up immediately. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Have you heard? Says the candy jam to the Virginia ham. Here comes the fork. I think I'll scram.
Rochester, goodbye.
So long, boss.
Wish they'd stop with those. Have you heard? Anyway, ladies ladies and gentlemen, our mystery drama will go on immediately after another song by Dennis Day.
Pardon me, Jack. Haven't you forgotten something again?
Oh, of course. What's the matter with me? Go ahead, Ken.
If that new recruit you know writes that they've sent him after dehedral oil and he can't find it, don't try to mail him any because there's no such animal. And that's why they send recruits after it. Just send him a carton of Camels, the cigarette that's first in all the services, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens, where the men spend their own money for cigarettes. You'll like Camels, too. They do have more flavor, and it's that extra flavor that helps Camels to wear well, keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery drama, The Case of the Stolen Dog, or Cherchez la Wolf. Take it, Don.
The Case of the Stolen Dog, starring Don Wilson as the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a fiend.
That's not it at all.
The scene opens at police headquarters where we find Captain O'Benny playing solitaire. Curtain, music.
Now, let's see. There's the jack of clubs. Here's the seven of hearts. I'll put the seven of hearts on the jack. No, that would be cheating. Or should I?
Hey, Cap.
Yeah?
What's the idea of playing solitaire with handcuffs on?
I don't trust myself. I need the ace of spades, and it's up my sleeve. Now, let's see.
Is that the phone, Cap?
It ain't these bell-bottom pants. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, miss? You say there's a peeping Tom looking in your bedroom window from across the street? I'll take care of that immediately. Well, Sergeant Harris.
Yes, Chief.
Pull down that shade. Now, let's see. The six of hearts goes on the black king. Oh, I wish I wouldn't do that. But how else can I win? Answer the phone, O'Day.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Now, listen, Lefty. Me and Butch will meet you in back of the First National Bank at 4th and Main in 5 minutes. Bring a hammer and chisel and plenty of dynamite.
You've got the wrong number, mister. This is the police station.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If I see Lefty, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was that, O'Day?
Wrong number. Somebody wanted me to bring dynamite over to the First National Bank.
Well, if you get a chance, you could... Dynamite? That's robbery, you dope. I'll have to warn them. Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank at the corner of 7th. Never mind. That's the 12th time this year they've blown up the First National Bank.
Once more, and it's bad luck.
Oh, shut up. Now listen, O'Day. I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Flatfoot. Are you busy right now?
No, why?
This is Mrs. Pike talking. I got a job for you.
What's the trouble, Mrs. Pike?
Well, I sent my dog out to get the paper this morning, and some run-down heel stole him.
Oh, what kind of a dog was he?
A Pete.
Where do you live, Mrs. Pike?
On the corner of Polk and Peck.
Fine. Hold everything. I'll be right over.
Well, I'm alone here, so keep those handcuffs on.
Don't worry, madam. We'll be there in a few minutes. And we'll find the crook who stole your dog, or my name ain't...
Calling car 54. Calling car 54. Wipe off your windshield. Someone's stealing your C card. That is all.
Trouble with safety glass. Can't see through them. Step on it, O'Day, and we'll find Mrs. Peck's poop, or my name ain't... This is the house, men. Let's break down the door.
But, Cap, the door's open.
Well, let's close it and then break it down.
Right.
We're the law.
Good evening, gentlemen. May I take your coats and hatchets?
Who are you?
I'm the fat butler whose jolly exterior hides the mean, treacherous heart of a fiend.
You're a butler, that's all. Now, where's Mrs. Pike?
Walk this way, gentlemen.
I wouldn't walk that way if I had 3 feet. Oh, Captain.
Yes, Harris?
Have you heard? He entered his draft board unafraid because he was chairman there. Harris, stop it. We got a case to solve.
How about this one? That Dennis Day to the new toupee, you'll still look young when I'm old and gray?
Now, cut that out. What's the matter with you guys?
This is Mrs. Pike, gentlemen.
How do you do, Mrs. Pike?
Hello, Cap. Let's sit down on the chaise and lounge.
We haven't time for that, Miss Pike. Now, tell me exactly how your dog was stolen.
I told you I sent him out to get the paper.
You always send your dog out to get the paper?
No, I generally said my husband, but this morning he happened to be murdered.
Oh, so the dog went for the paper. Was he excited or anything?
I told you he was murdered.
I mean the dog. Was the dog excited?
No, he just jumped over my husband's body and went for the paper.
And your husband was lying dead on the doorstep.
Yes, I left a note in his keys for the milkman.
I see. And if we can find the man who murdered your husband, we've got the dirty rat that stole your dog. Now, tell me, Mrs. Pike, is there anything else I should know?
Yes, have you heard? It said the girl with the mug to the Indian thug, let's go steady, and he said, ugh.
Please, Mrs. Pike, I've got work to do. Now, first I'm going to search this house. Hey, Cap, there's a noise coming from that closet. Yeah. What's in that closet, Mrs. Pike?
Linen.
Just linen, eh? Well, I'll find out. Just as I thought, a man. What's your name?
Joe Lennon.
Well, start talking, Joe. What do you know?
He just got back from a burlesque.
Quiet, Mrs. Pike. Now, Joe, we got the goods on you, so you might as well come clean.
All right. I'll confess. I did it, I tell you. I wanted to do it for years, and I finally done it.
You done what?
I killed Mrs. Pike's husband.
Husband. Who stole the dog? Was it you?
No, please believe me. I didn't even see the dog. It's her husband I wanted to get, and I got him.
Oh, well, there's no use talking to you. Get back in the closet. Now, Mrs. Pike, are you sure that when your dog went out of the house... What was that?
Look, Cap, someone tossed a rock through the window.
A rock?
And there's a note on it.
Let me have it. This may be a clue. Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Cap?
It's a note from your dog. Get this. Don't think I'm lost, because that is folly. I'm just in love with a great big collie. Fine Fido. Well, that solves the case, men. Let's go.
What about Mrs. Pike's husband?
Shall we arrest him? Yes, he'll go to the laundry. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to give this salute from the makers of Camel to the United States Navy. But for a while, I was puzzled, too. I asked some of my friends in the Navy what words anyone could say that would stand up to the day-in and day-out Battle of the Atlantic, Macassar Straits, the Coral Sea, Midway, and the Battle of the Solomon. You know what they said? They said, send your salute to the men and women on the jackhammers and the drill presses and the turret blades. Tell them that those are their battle stations. There is where they meet the enemy. Don't give us words, the Navy said. Give us ships and planes. Give us guns and shells. There'll be time for words and cheering when victory comes, and our ships are riding in Tokyo Bay. Now there's time for work and only for work. You're doing a great job. Keep it going. That's the kind of Navy you've got, Americans. Let's back them up with everything we have. Thanks and good night.
The second in a series of 5 special programs presented by Camel Cigarettes and dedicated to our fighting forces. Tonight, Jack Benny and Company appeared through the courtesy of their sponsors, General Foods, makers of Grape Nuts Flakes. And tonight's script is by Eddie Boulogne and Bobby O'Brien. Climb aboard the Camel Comedy Caravan next Friday in a salute to the United States Coast Guard, starring Rudy Valley, Dorothy Lamour, Victor Borga, Bill Thompson, who is the old-timer on the Fibber McGee and Molly program, and the King Sisters. Camel Cigarettes bring you 4 great radio shows each week. Tomorrow night, Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. On Monday, it's Blondie. Thursday, Gary Moore, Jimmy Durante, and Xavier Cugat. And next Friday, the Camel Comedy Caravan starring Rudy Valley. And remember, Camels have more flavor. Yes, smoke a pack yourself, and you'll see that Camels have more flavor. The extra flavor that helps Camels hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. Get a pack tonight. This is Ken Niles saying good night for Camel cigarettes. First in the circle.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dentist Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dent in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dentist Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In answer to many requests, here's Dennis with the famous old Scotch song, The Wig Wag Wiggle of the Kilt.
I'll never forget the day I went and joined the 93rd. The chums I used to run with said they thought I looked absurd. They saluted me and gallanted me in a ring, and as they wagged me tar to kilt, they all began to sing. He's a bra, heel and laddie, private Jock McCabe. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, waggle, wiggle of the kilt. I am telling you, there's nothing like the skell of the bagpipes and the wiggle of the kilt. I'll never forget the day we were ordered on review. The king came down to see us and the queen was within too. As I marched by the royal coach, the king just shook his head. The queen put on her royal specs and looked at me and said, "He's the broad Highland laddie, private Jock Brigade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. There among the heather, oh, you can see he's Scottish built by the wig, wiggle, waggle, wiggle out of the kilt. Oh, dear, he's too utterly. He's a bra, heel and laddie, private Jock McCabe. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, waggle of the kilt. By the wig, wag, a wiggly wiggle of the kilt. Hoot, man!
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, some months ago, when it first became apparent that our young hero Dennis Day and Mildred Anderson were serious about each other, his landlady, Mrs. Anderson, felt that Dennis wasn't good enough for her daughter. That opinion of Mrs. Anderson's has been altered somewhat by time. She now feels he isn't good enough for anyone's daughter. Mrs. Anderson has never been a woman of patience, and this morning she finally ran out of the little she had. So, without further ado, she summoned her cuter half to her side.
Herbert?
Yes, Angel Eyes.
I've decided this ridiculous romance between our daughter and that Day boy has gone far enough. We're going to put a stop to it.
But, Poopsie, they're crazy about each other. Why, just the way we were at their age.
They're infatuated and nothing more.
Well, haven't you noticed the way he looks at her? Just like I used to look at you. With love and respect and desire and fear.
I've heard enough, Herbert. You're going to Dennis today and tell him he must give Mildred up.
Oh, Poopsie, I just can't. It's too cruel.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, now, suppose someone had broken up our marriage. What would I have today? No ties of any kind. Out every night in the week with a different... Well, maybe you're right. I'll talk to the boy. Dennis, my boy?
Yes, sir?
I have a message for you from headquarters.
What does she say?
It's been decided that when Mildred gets married, she must be supported in the style to which she is accustomed.
Gee, that's swell. We'll be very happy to live here.
Afraid you don't understand, my boy. Mrs. Anderson doesn't want you and Mildred to see each other anymore.
Not see each other anymore?
No.
But Mildred and I want to get married and have a home of our own and 3 or 4 children. It wouldn't be easy under those conditions.
I know, but you see, my wife feels that you're not making enough money at present.
Enough money for what?
Well, name it, and you're not making enough.
Well, it's true that I use the simplified form for my income tax.
It is indeed. Gosh, you know, I hate to see you and Mildred break up, son, but you're making only $8 a week, and, well,
Yeah, I know.
You've asked Mr. Willoughby for a raise down at the drugstore, I suppose.
Sure, lots of times. He gets very upset. His eyes pop out and he starts to shake.
Oh, that isn't good for him.
It isn't good for me either. I'm what he shakes.
Well, let's think a minute. Now, when I was contemplating marriage, my boss let me invest in his business.
You mean he let you come in as a partner?
Yes. Unfortunately, the deal turned out very badly financially, but Pupsy married me anyway.
Gee, you got it coming and going, didn't you?
Well, nevertheless, I feel that a partnership in the drugstore is the only solution, Dennis. Now, suppose you sound out Mr. Willoughby today on putting $100 into his business.
Suppose he sounds me out on what $100?
Well, let's worry about that after you speak to Mr. Willoughby. You've got to try it, son. After all, you and Mildred have been going together for 7 months. You don't want to end up going together for 7 years, do you?
Gosh, no. We might forget what we started out for. I'll talk to Mr. Willoughby this morning. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, Dennis?
I've been thinking.
On company time, use your lunch hour for that kind of nonsense.
But, Mr. Willoughby, this is important. What would you say if I told you I wanted to invest some money in your business?
Some money?
Uh-huh.
My boy! My dear, dear boy! Here, have a cigar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
How much money? 5,000? 3,000? 2,000? 1,000?
You're going in the right direction, but not fast enough.
Well, how much do you want to invest?
$100.
$100?
Here, have a cigar.
Thank you. Back to work, my boy.
Well, it was worth a try. I thought I could get my pay and a share of the profits instead of drawing a salary.
Wait a minute. Instead of drawing a salary?
Yes, sir.
Son, this is the time to invest in a sound business. Things are booming today like never before in history.
Really? Why, yesterday I heard you tell a customer business was never worse.
Well, you've got to expect little fluctuations from day to day.
Oh.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Dennis. For $100, I'll give you 3% of this drugstore's net profit.
Oh, boy, what'll that come to?
Well, if business picks up a little, nearly $7 a week.
Mr. Willoughby, I don't consider this a great step forward.
Well, Dennis, you don't want to be a wage slave all your life, do you?
I didn't, but it's beginning to look better to me now.
But a partnership doesn't mean only money, son. It means prestige. Can I ever say to you again, Dennis, sweep out this store?
No, sir.
No. From now on, it'll have to be, partner, sweep out this store.
Yes, sir, that's true.
Of course. I'll go back to my office right now and draw up a paper covering the whole thing. See you later, dear partner.
Gee, I wonder if I'm doing the right thing. Every once in a great while I don't. But for $100, I ought to be getting more than...
Hi, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mildred.
Daddy told me you were going to talk to Mr. Willoughby about a partnership. Did you?
Yeah, he's inside now drawing it up.
Oh, Dennis, how wonderful. At last you've taken your first step in the business world. And who knows where it'll end?
It can't go far. 7 more steps and I'll starve to death.
What do you mean?
Well, it turns out that partners get less money than wage slaves.
But, Dennis, you can't back out now. It's an investment in your future. Don't you want to prove to people that you're a man?
Well, I think I ought to let them rely on circumstantial evidence.
But don't you realize this partnership is our only chance? Mother won't let us see each other again if you don't take it.
But I don't even know where to get the $100.
Well, you could try the bank. They lend money to anybody who's considered a good risk, or even a fair risk.
Yeah, but I'm classified as foolhardy.
You're nothing of the kind. Go down to the bank and see Mr. Courtney personally, and tell him you want a loan.
Well, okay, I'll go. But I have a terrible premonition, a horrible feeling that somehow this is going to lead to another of my normal days.
A loan, Mr. Day.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Now, as two businessmen, let's talk about your collateral.
Okay, but we're liable to lose one of our businessmen.
Oh, come. You must have some sort of security, Mr. Day. Do you own a car, a house, some sort of property?
No, sir.
Anything of value at all?
I have a Boy Scout knife.
That's hardly adequate. However, we might possibly base the loan on your weekly earnings.
Better take the Boy Scout knife.
I see. Well, Mr. Day, do you think you could write the bank a note?
Oh, yes, sir. Is it its birthday or something?
I mean a promissory note.
Oh, one of those.
Yes, one of those.
What are they?
Mr. Day, I'm a very busy man. Suppose you leave your name and address, and if we don't get in touch with you very soon, it won't surprise me.
But, Mr. Courtney, really,
Please, Mr. Day, come in someday when I haven't quite so many personal troubles on my mind. But not today.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess you mean about your daughter and that French count. I read about it in the paper.
Yes, my daughter thinks she's in love with him. My own daughter losing her head over a pony like that. You know him?
No, sir, not personally. But I see him in the hardware store every once in a while buying stuff for his hair.
Stuff for his hair in a hardware store?
He uses Johnson's Glow Coat.
He would.
Mr. Courtney, I don't get many good ideas, but I think I've thought of one. Now, you'd give a lot to see that romance broken up, wouldn't you?
Anything in this world. Anything. Anything I ever had or hoped to have.
Would you give $150?
110 is my top offer. Well, what have you got in mind?
Well, suppose another foreign nobleman was to come along, say a Spanish duke, and win your daughter away from this French count.
But then I'd be just as bad off as I am now.
Not if the Spanish duke was me, and after I got her, I dropped her like a hot potato.
By George, Day, you have brains.
It does sound like it today, doesn't it?
Oh, it's
a great idea, my boy. A wealthy Spanish nobleman. Just perfect for a little gold digger like my daughter.
I won't fail you, sir.
Oh, I'm certain of it, son. Here's $110 in cash. Spend what you have to and keep the rest.
Gosh, what a roll. Wow. Gee, Andrew Jackson. I always wondered whose picture was on a $20 bill.
Yes?
Hi, Senorita Courtney. Permit me myself to introduce. I am...
Oh, of course. My father told me you were going to call on me. You're His Highness, the Duke Ricardo Alvarez y Velasquez y Ramon de los Trujillo. Am I pronouncing it right?
If you are not, who is going to?
Well, do come in, Your Highness. Or may I call you by your first name?
Oh, see. Pick out anyone you like.
Oh, Ricardo, you're making fun of me.
You keep thinking that, no matter what anybody says.
You're cute. And Daddy tells me you're just enormously wealthy.
Oh, see. I am loaded.
I could tell when I saw the lovely bouquet you sent. A great many pesos went into it.
I told the girl only roses and gardenias. She must have put them in by mistake.
Ricardo, you silly boy. You're making fun of me again.
It was only a question of time.
Oh, I think you're just adorable. Did my father happen to mention to you anything about me being engaged?
Oh, see, to a man, I think he said.
Yes, but I think we can forget about him. You're so much nicer and richer.
Oh, see, I am the white sheep of my family.
Yes, isn't it wonderful? And you know, Ricardo, since I've been going out with the Count, Dad's cut off my allowance.
Huh?
There are any number of little things I'd love. That is, if you...
Oh, say no more about it. We'll go down to the 5 and 10 and run amok. Right up to $10.
Oh, Ricardo, you're adorable. That's the best joke yet.
This time I hoped I had missed.
There's the cutest little shop in Middletown. You especially will just adore it. We'll drive over.
But, Senorita, really, I don't think we should...
Oh, don't be silly. I don't object to your generosity in the least. That's the prerogative of royalty.
See. Huh?
Sure. Come on now, you can tell me all about your subjects in Spain as we walk to the car.
My subjects?
Yes. What are they like?
Oh, the same as here. History, chemistry, algebra.
Ricardo, you darling. Well, this is it, Ricardo, the shop I was telling you about. Look at the sign.
Senora Carmen Fernandez of Madrid. Genuine Spanish laces and... Miss Courtney, I don't like this place. I think it's run by foreigners.
Of course, you can talk to the senora in her native tongue.
This I am inclined to doubt.
Oh, silly. Come on. Senora Carmen, look what I brought you. A countryman of yours. A real duke.
I am glad for to meet you, senora. But for the sake of the young lady, don't you think we should speak only English?
You're so right.
Talking Spanish.
Now, don't mind me at all. You two have a nice chat in your native language.
Really? We don't wanna.
I absolutely insist on it.
Well, you better go first, Duke.
Managua, Nicaragua, La Coloma, Seduma, senora.
San Luis Obispo de los Xavier Cugat, Tijuana.
Oh, sí.
My, what a beautiful liquid tongue Spanish is.
Sí. Senora Carmen and I understand each other, I think.
I'll say. Now let's get back to English. Would you like to see some merchandise, dearie?
Yes, there are. There are a few little things I could use.
Oh, I got some lovely things in, dearie.
Look, isn't this a gorgeous negligee? Oh, it is. May I have it, Ricardo? The Duke is going to pay for it? Why, yes. This gives me pause. Cash or check, Duke?
Well, how much is it?
$125.
Oh, cash, of course. What's $1.25 to me? I got millions.
The price of the negligee happens to be $125.
Huh?
Wrap it up, Senora. Give her the money, Ricardo.
But
Give it to her, Ricardo.
But all I have here is 110, I'm sure.
Oh, well, that'll do fine, thanks. And I'll deliver it tonight. Oh, thank you, darling. And I'll have her deliver it to you so you can give it to me tonight in person. Dennis?
See, but I... Who?
Oh, silly, I knew you all along. You're Dennis Day, the soda clerk in Willoughby's drugstore. You pretended to be a Spanish nobleman to meet me. Because you're in love with me.
Me? Oh, no, you're wrong, Miss Courtney. You're making a revolting development positively repulsive.
Now, don't try to hide it, Dennis. I knew when you bought that expensive negligee for me. I think you're the sweetest boy I've ever met. I'll never let you go again. Ever.
Well, Dennis, my boy, I guess there's only one thing for you to do. Drop dead.
Oh, my gosh, Dennis. And this Courtney girl's coming over here tonight?
Yeah, Mildred, and she said she'll never let go of me.
Oh, we've got to think of something. And fast.
Women. That's the trouble with this world. There's too many of them. If a person isn't a man, he's got to be a woman. There ought to be a third choice.
Wait a minute. Women. Suppose you convinced her that you couldn't be true to her. That you're a regular devil with the women.
Isn't there some idea that's less fantastic?
Oh, you can do it, Dennis. Don't you see? I'll come to the door with a telegram or something. And you pretend I'm a stranger and make violent love to me. When she sees how fickle you are, she'll never speak to you again.
Well, I'll try it, Mildred. And if it doesn't work, drop down to the bank and see me sometime. I'll be the third vice president from the left. Miss Courtney?
Yes, darling.
There's something I feel you should know. I could never be true to you. I believe in polygamy.
What?
Yeah. Strictly the gay life for me. Night after night. Nightclubs, parties, drinking champagne out of ladies' slippers. First removing the ladies, of course.
You mean you're girl crazy?
Yeah. I wouldn't be good for you, child. I'm just an old tea bag in the cup of romance. I've been dunked too often.
One word of this nonsense.
Honest. I fall in love with every woman I meet. I just... Watch. This'll prove it. Wait till you see what happens to me when I see this girl. Come in. Ah, my dream girl. Stand there. Just let me look at you. Don't move from that spot.
So who's moving?
Oh, it's you. Dream girl, I'm mad about you. I can't live without you. I can't.
Force yourself.
Don't you understand? I'm mad about you.
Look, here's your negligee, and stay off the stuff, will you? It'll knock your brains out.
See what happens to me, Miss Courtney? And with every girl I see.
But you saw Senora Carmen this afternoon, and nothing happened.
I know. It's that night that the beast walks. There's another girl. Probably a telegram or something. But it'll happen again. You'll see. Come in. My dream girl, stand there. Just let me look at you. Don't move from that spot.
Dennis Day, have you gone crazy?
No, ma'am. I love you madly. Here's my arm, Dreamboat. Make port.
What?
Don't try to fight it, kid.
Kid?
Come on, let's pitch through. Bet I can pitch it faster than you can catch it.
I've heard enough, Dennis Day. I never want to see you again.
Come here, young man.
Wait, Mrs. Anderson. Wait.
Telegram for Dennis Day.
Mr. Day will be busy for a few minutes. Shove it under the door. Now, wait a minute. You stay where you are, and I'll shove Mr. Day under the door.
Mrs. Anderson, please. Wait, that's my green nose you're pulling. Wait!
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our Colgate curtain goes up on a girl and a boy. The boy is having trouble, and he doesn't like it.
Doggone it, honey. How come you treat me like you do? You get me thinking things are solid with us, and then you quick freeze me like I was a raspberry.
Well, don't blame me. It's your own fault, Jim.
Then why not tell me what it is? Come on, honey child, name it.
Not me. On account of it's just too grim. But your dentist would name it, and he'd tell you what to do, Jim.
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and his orchestra, here's Dennis to sing his latest RCA Victor recording, Mamselle.
Just like wine does, no heart ever yearned the way that mine does for you. And yet I know too well someday you'll say goodbye. Then violins will cry and just like wine does. No heart ever yearned the way that mine does for you. And yet I know too well someday you'll say goodbye. Then violins will cry and
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday, and be sure to be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with the makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today. Housewives know only too well how every penny counts these days, and here's an easy way to add more to your shopping budget. Dealers are now paying higher prices for used fats than ever before, so save used cooking fats and oils, turn them in for cash. Remember, too, industry urgently needs fats and oils to help produce soap, automobiles, refrigerators, all the things you want and need. What's more, the shortage of fats and oils is a worldwide problem. So for your own good, use and reuse fats and oils as often as you can. When they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College as the guests of our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer.
The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the nation. Ask for Schlitz, the most popular beer in history. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Autumn is the season beloved of poets, football coaches, painters, wholesalers of woolen goods, and at least one college president. Dr. William Todhunter Hall of Ivy takes a moment from his multifarious duties to stand at the window of his living room with his wife, Victoria.
I've never seen the trees so brilliant here, Toddy. Does it mean anything?
Now, darling, what do you mean, does it mean anything? I suppose it indicates that the arboreal supply of chlorophyll must have diminished with a little more celerity than usual.
There we go again. Silly question, silly answer. But, really, though, I mean, does it mean anything? Like thicker shells on peanuts or longer hair on weasels? Well, you know, tough winter, all that.
My darling, the three choicest words in the English language as spoken by you are, I love you. And the three most distasteful as spoken by me are, I don't know, but in this case, I don't.
I thought you lived with the Indians once. Didn't you learn anything?
In the first place, my sweet, I didn't live with the Indians. I merely wanted to. Because at the time I was an enthusiastic anthropologist.
Well, if you wanted to, why didn't you? You always said people ought to do, say, be, and think whatever they wanted to, within the limits of decency and the law.
Yes, I know, but I didn't seem to have the knack of living on cornmeal and fried jackrabbit with a drink of water every 2 weeks. I sometimes wonder, with the world headed for possible catastrophe, whether we shouldn't inaugurate a course in personal post-atomic survival.
You mean like how to remove spots from your leopard skin?
Yes, exactly. How to distinguish the edible wild carrot from the inedible deadly nightshade. How to snare a wolf.
Well, don't need a course in that. That's too elementary for an Ivy girl. Yeah, I overheard an example of it today.
Oh, where?
On the front steps of the library, a boy said to a girl, "Hey, charm face, didn't I meet you someplace this summer?"
And what did she say?
Well, she said, "It's possible. I spent the summer under a flat rock."
I suppose he slunk away, humiliated and crestfallen.
Oh, my darling, I doubt if there is an insult deadly enough to wither a college boy. Well, anyhow, I saw the two of them 20 minutes later in the malt shop, very cozy, over a soup-pack.
I beg your pardon, over a what?
A soup-pack. It's 2 spoons in a big dish of 4 kinds of ice cream, 6 kinds of flavoring, cherries, marshmallow, and salted nuts, $1.10.
Well, the 10 cents, I suppose, is to call an ambulance. But why is this fantastic confection called a soup-pack?
It's an abbreviation for suicide pact.
Victoria, my beloved, without you to infiltrate the campus and report these tribal customs to the would-be anthropologist. Oh, good heavens, look who's coming up the walk. In a high dudgeon with the top down, Mr. Wellman.
Ooh, doesn't he look healthy? I don't think it's very modish of him to wear a purple face with a brown suit. What happened to his chlorophyll?
He should be the first to lose it, spending so much time out on the limb as he does.
Let's both let him in and keep him standing in the hall. Morning, Mr. Wellman.
Morning, Mr. Wellman.
Morning is right. We should all be wearing it.
Wearing what, Mr. Wellman?
Morning, Mrs. Hall. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Wellman.
Morning, Mr. Wellman.
Morning, Doctor. Ladies, this is no occasion for jocularity. I said we should all be wearing mourning, and that's exactly what I meant. Dignity on this campus is dead. Dead, Dr. Hall, dead.
Take off your hat, Victoria.
Mr. Wellman, if I didn't know you were the kind of man who always understates a situation, I'd say you were over-dramatizing this one.
Flattery has never swerved me from my goal, Mrs. Hall.
Well, in this particular case, Mr. Wellman, what is your goal?
My goal is the elimination of the anthropology department, or at least an admonishment to a re-evaluation of it. Well, anyway, something must be done about it.
Well, it's one of Dr. Hall's favorite departments, Mr. Wellman.
I know that, and it only emphasizes the disgraceful activities, the impertinence of it. It has bitten the hand that feeds it, and
Mr. Wellman...
What is it?
Let's pass the generalities and get to specifics. What is the indictment?
You know a student named Thomas Finley?
Well, the one who wrote the article about Ivy College?
That's the one, a vicious, underhanded, prejudiced...
No, just a moment, please. I read the Finley article, and I enjoyed it immensely. The boy's a sharp critic.
Is that all you can say about it when he has so foully attacked the alumni, the football management, the professors, the fraternity system, and you? You, Dr. Hall, didn't you read what he said about you?
Well, that's the part he enjoyed the most.
I thought it demonstrated a rare discernment and a definite kind of courage to say that the president of Ivy was too prone to consider the students as individuals and their problems as his own. The president, according to Finley's view, should be more aloof, more inaccessible. His pronouncements should be Olympian, and his activities clothed in mystery, thus enhancing his authority. I disagreed with it completely.
Well, something must be done about it, Dr. Hall. Something drastic. No class assignment in anthropology could excuse such an attack on this institution. At the very least, he must retract the article and make no apology.
No.
No?
That's what the man said, no.
Mr. Wellman, please listen.
I'm listening, but I warn you, I disagree with what you're going to say.
Oh, probably. And a prime example of pre-censorship at its lowest level. While I certainly do not agree with many of his conclusions, I can only applaud his effort and the courage of the Ivy Bull in printing it.
Well, I must say, Dr. Hall, your attitude is the most... this is anarchy, Dr. Hall, anarchy. It is treason to attack this...
Mr. Wellman.
Yes, Mrs. Hall.
I'm sure the Ivy Bulletin would be happy to print your side of the question, if your remarks would be printable, I mean.
You mean for the chairman of the board of governors of this college to bandy words with a young... to so forget my dignity as to argue in print with... No. 1,000 times no. On the contrary, I shall demand a retraction. I shall demand his dismissal on the grounds of insubordination and ask the board to see that you, Dr. Hall, are reprimanded for encouraging this undergraduate interaction. Good day.
A tempest and a pinhead, if I ever heard one. Can he do anything?
Oh, I doubt it. But with the Wellmans of this world, one never knows. He's a vigilante at heart, if any. And he's always eager to form a lynching party.
Yeah, how about freedom of speech and freedom of the press? They're sort of involved here, too, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. In which connection I agree completely with the late Sinclair Lewis.
What did he say?
He said that everything that is worthwhile in the world has been accomplished by the free, inquiring, critical spirit. And that the preservation of this spirit is more important than any social system whatsoever. That the men of ritual and the men of barbarism are capable of shutting up the men of science and of silencing them forever. Yes, Mr. Lewis well knew the function of free expression. Vicky, do you know what happens when a safety valve is tied down over a full head of steam?
Boom!
Yes, dear. Boom. Serious criticism must be met with calm scrutiny and reasonable defense. So, I shall invite Finley to have dinner with us. Hand me the phone, will you, darling, so I can ask him?
You didn't ask me if I was prepared to have a gift.
I never do, and you always are. I must say it gives me a splendid sense of domestic security.
Having enough to eat in the house always gives me one, too.
Hello? Will you please locate a student named Thomas Finley for me? Yes, this is Dr. Hall. No, Finley. Finley. F as in fearless, I as in independent, N as in noteworthy, L as in liberty, E as in enterprising, and Y as in,
Yankees, 4-3.
Yankees. Yes, Finley. That's right. Yes, thank you.
Now, that's a very happy little smile you're wearing, Doctor. You really enjoy these little frati, don't you?
Yes, I'm afraid I do. What was that word you used?
Frati, plural of fracas.
Is it legitimate?
Well, probably not, but you've always said not to be a slave to the dictionary. Usage makes the word, you say. An apt phrase justifies itself, you always say. Unorthodox vigor of expression is preferred. A proper noun, as you say. You always...
Yes, that's enough, yes. I am convicted by my own eloquence.
Well, I'd just like to have you know I treasure everything you say.
Well... And I didn't know that when you were hanging on my every word that you'd use them to hang me with later. Otherwise, I would have been more careful that Dr. Hall's residence... Oh, yes, Finley. Yes, I did. Can you join Mrs. Hall and me for dinner here tonight? Yes, I thought we could discuss the article in the Bull. And a possible bull in the article.
You know, sometimes when a man goes into a barber shop, especially Doc Fish's barber shop on the Ivy campus, he may get more than just a shave. For example, the other day I noticed Doc's chair was empty, so I... Well, howdy, Doc. How about a shave?
Sit right down, Mr. Carpenter. You're lucky I'm free. And I'm lucky because I wanted to talk to you.
Huh?
You know, I never realized quite what you were getting at when you talk about the uniform taste of Schlitz beer. And then, it hit me the other day, it's just like the barbering business. Well, sir, a man picks his barber for reasons of his own. You know what I mean?
Why, yeah.
And every time he goes to get his hair cut, he expects the same kind of a job. Well, sir, what would a customer think if every time I cut his hair, I cut it a bit different?
Well,
he'd go find himself another barber. Now, with beer, Folks look for one they like for reasons of their own. And they expect the same taste every time they pour a glassful. How about a hot towel?
Oh, fine.
Schlitz beer, I found out, has the same dandy taste bottle after bottle, year after year. And because of that, the folks who ask for it regular are never disappointed. A fellow that likes good beer is bound to try Schlitz sometime. Right?
Well, certainly.
Can't hear you. Wait till I take the towel off. There. What'd you say?
Why, I said right. Schlitz is first in sales in the USA because of its fine taste and because of the bottle after bottle uniformity of that taste. People just naturally get the finest when they get into the habit of saying Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Right, Doc?
Right.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find the halls and their guest, Thomas Finley, having after-dinner coffee in the living room. Mr. Finley is the student anthropologist who wrote a rather devastating article on Ivy College and stirred up a campus whirlwind. As he so well says,
I noticed a little late, Doctor, that the anthropologists who write about Tibet don't do it till they get home. I should have gathered my facts about Ivy College and then gone to Tibet and written them there.
It's a very sound procedure, in retrospect. As it is, our own High Lama demands your expulsion, excommunication, and, if possible, your immediate execution.
Will the condemned man care for another cup of coffee?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mrs. Hall. It was nice of you and Dr. Hall asked me over. I seem to have lost quite a few friends in the past 72 hours.
But don't forget you've added at least 2 admirers.
Really? That's kind of surprising.
Well, how so?
Well, that you didn't take the monograph personally. I mean, as a personal attack.
But it wasn't an attack. It was a critical evaluation of university life. I found it quite instructive.
Well, you seem to be the only one who thinks so. And I guess you should complain most since it's your college.
No. Yours just as much as mine. Besides, if I'd taken every bit of criticism personally...
It would have been another Mr. Wellman. And there are entirely too many Mr. Wellmans in the world already. One.
Well, what did you expect your monograph to accomplish, Thomas?
Well, to arouse a little self-examination. Get some discussion going.
You implied that the average Ivy student is more interested in getting a diploma than in getting an education.
They look at a diploma like it's a deed to a piece of land or a gilt-edged bond that they can clip coupons from the rest of their lives. And because they're more interested in the prize they get than what they learn, all the shortcuts they use, all the easy courses. Their college motto is get in, get by, and get out.
But Mr. Wellman implies that you've shaken the very foundations of all things near and dear to him. He is suffering grievously from contusions on his complacency.
Well, he'll recover. He's what the students call an easy bruise but a quick heal.
You issued quite a challenge, Thomas, when you said the average Ivy student doesn't know why he or she is going to college.
Well, I believe it, Dr. Hall. They don't. Some go because their brother or uncle did, or because their fathers wanted them to, or because it's socially important to go. But always to please somebody else, to be liked, because if you're liked, you get by in the world.
Why are you going to college, Thomas?
Well, to know why so many of us are angry and selfish, I guess. To find out, if I can, why we're all fighting so hard to be exactly like everyone else. Or the other way around, to make everyone be like us.
Well, Thomas, as opposed to Clarence Wellman, I'm always delighted to meet with a spirit of doubt and inquiry.
The world would get a lot farther with doubting Thomases than with carping Clarences.
You wouldn't be interested in retracting anything you wrote in your monograph, would you?
Impossible, Dr. Hall.
It's only a rhetorical question, and merely for the record. Now, we'd better make some battle plans.
Who wanted me to withdraw my paper?
Now, Thomas, of all the people at this university, who stands on the advance outposts of learning and shouts in loud, clear tones, "Make way for yesterday"?
Mr. Wellman.
The one, the only, and we hope the last.
Yes, but I've never met the man.
In a word, don't. Only a fine man, mind you, in his way.
But almost everything seems to be in his way.
Mr. Wellman is chairman of the Board of Governors.
Well, now, really, Thomas, after the consideration Dr. Hall has shown you this evening, that was a very cruel thing to remind him of.
Well, I'm of the firm opinion that Mr. Wellman will lose interest in this issue because the most important yearly event in his life has just begun.
Oh, don't tell me he's going to retire from the board. Bless his little heart, his very little heart.
No, it's not that. No, it's something that has a deeper and more profound influence on the limited but energetic life of Clarence Wellman. The football season.
Of course. The Ivy backfield will block you out of his mind, Thomas. My football to Mr. Wellman is...
Maybe you'll have a chance to talk to him after all, Finley.
I better make some more coffee with a dash of soothing syrup.
Hello, Doctor. Am I being inopportune?
Mr. Merriweather. No, indeed, delighted to see you. Come in.
I just happened to be passing this way on purpose and wanted to pay my respects to Mrs. Hall while I was wearing my best necktie.
Victoria, here's the lower left-hand corner of our potential triangle. Your admirer, Mr. Merriweather.
Oh, Mr. Merriweather, it's so nice to see you. Now, come on in and sit down.
Ma'am, you're a sight for weary bifocals. Several times this summer I started to write you a love letter and sneak it into your mailbox, but I couldn't spell frustrated and my wife wouldn't help me. Hall, how could you be so selfish as to take this woman out of circulation for 8 weeks when you know that I... Oh, I beg your pardon. You have a guest.
Yes, I think you two revolutionary spirits should meet. Mr. Merriweather, this is Thomas Finley, an anthropology major.
How do you do, sir? I'm glad to know you, Finley. Any friend of the Halls is... Finley? You the fellow who wrote the article in the Ivy Bull and held this sacred institution up to mockery and scorn, to quote a certain member of the board?
Yeah. He's the culprit, Mr. Merriweather. Do you want him to blush?
For what? For yanking the tails out of a lot of stuffed shirts?
Oh. Well, now I'm blushing.
No, I didn't mean you, Bill. If your shirt bulges, it's only because you're so big-hearted. Finley, shake hands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Merriweather. You mean you don't think I'm a dangerous saboteur?
Son, I think you're a very healthy influence. Mind you, I don't agree with everything you popped off about, but you certainly stirred up a mare's nest. And being a fairly stable character myself, I've always been against mares having nests.
A statement of principle which I shall remember and cherish.
And probably quote.
Oh, now.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's nice we have one member of the board who doesn't think this young man should be boiled in printer's ink.
If the football coach catches him, he'll be fried in rubbing alcohol.
Well, I don't remember being particularly unkind to the coach. Overemphasis on football, yes, and commercialism in sports.
You mean you haven't heard about our star quarterback, Nitro Needham?
Well, I haven't. Has Nitro exploded, too?
Well, we'd better have some more coffee, Thomas. And you, Mr. Merriweather?
Ma'am, just talking to you is stimulating enough without adding caffeine. And while I hate to be the bearer of ill tidings, it seems that Mr. Nitro Needham has gone into a huddle with himself and refuses to play any more football till he decides why he is going to college.
My goodness, and he was headed right for the All-American.
Finley, you've really started something. Perhaps you didn't realize that self-examinations are the hardest ones to pass. You'll meet a football player wonder where his real goal was.
Well, it's very gratifying, but I hope I haven't overdone it, considering I'm here on a scholarship. Maybe if I hadn't stirred up such
rucky.
Such what?
Rucky, plural of ruckus.
Never heard such a word.
Usage makes the word, Mr. Merriweather. An apt phrase justifies itself. Unorthodox figure of expression is preferred.
Thank you, Victoria.
I'm glad to help anytime.
Mr. Merriweather, have you discussed this thing with Mr. Wellman?
It might better be said that I listened to a 20-minute howl of anguish from Clarence. Among his more quotable remarks were that in the person of Finley, we have been nourishing a viper in our bosom. Made me stop twice on the way over here to get a little snake bite remedy. He also said that between him and the Alumni Association, they'd find a way to cancel Finley's scholarship.
And I'll find a way to see they don't find a way.
Clarence also suggested in a well-modulated scream that if Finley wanted to criticize Ivy, let him go to Harvard or Princeton. If he could get past our blacklisting.
Blacklisting? What a horrible...
Excuse me, ma'am. Let me finish this while I can remember the more temperate aspects of the harangue. Clarence said that if Finn didn't get Needham back on the football field, he'd turn the anthropology department into a gymnasium. And that hereafter he'd keep a sharp eye out for any ungrateful student who would sink so low as to kick his mater in the face. Alma, that is. I'm sorry I can't give you a more verbatim summary, but there's a lady present.
Well, I think the summary was quite adequate. And quite a wintry summary, too.
Yes, I could feel the chilly blast. Look, Dr. Hall, Mr. Merriweather, if it would save either of you any discomfort or embarrassment for me to resign.
Finley.
Sir?
Listen, in your article, you indicated the belief that a college president should remain more inaccessible and render more Olympian judgment.
Well, yes, sir, but I...
Well, it's my present Olympian judgment, subject, of course, to reversal, that for a college president to encourage a retreat from honest criticism would be to abdicate in favor of reaction and timidity.
I wish I'd said that.
This college, Finley, this college, like all good colleges, is dedicated to the principle of knowledge through inquiry. If we encouraged none but popular opinions, no course but the safe one, no approach but the orthodox, no appraisal without praise, we would be false to our concept of an educational institution. I take pride in having among us a student who has the courage, the initiative, and the insight to point out a line of self-examination and reevaluation which can only be a healthy influence on...
I'll take care of this point killer. Dr. Hall's residence. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellman.
Tell him we're talking to the Viper.
I will say, Mr. Wellman stays with us.
For me, Victoria?
Yes. But something's gone wrong. He's being sweet.
Must be a bad connection.
Yes, Mr. Wellman. You say that Nitro Needham's father was... Well, yes, but we... Well, yes, Well, thank you. Yes, I'd be delighted on the first tee at 9 o'clock. Good night.
You're playing golf with that leatherhead?
What happened to the Tempest? The tycoon with the typhoon?
Yes, and what about Needham's father, Mr. Hall, if it's any of my business?
Oh, it's definitely your business, Finley. It appears that Nitro talked it over with his father, who was so pleased to know that his son would take time out from football to think, that he is sending Mr. Wellman a generous check toward the new stadium. He thinks that a college which feels secure enough to withstand a little criticism must be quite an institution. In addition to this, World Topic magazine is reprinting your article in full with a 6-page spread on Ivy College under the title, A College Examines Itself and Gets an A for Integrity. A for integrity, that must be wrong. So, Finley, you've been acquitted. Go and sin no more.
Oh, brother. Needn't have worried, son. You'd have got a hung jury if I had to supply the rope myself.
Oh, well, that settles that.
Well, darling, everything's wonderful. What are you so gloomy about?
Well, it's Mr. Wellman's fault as usual. It's rather disconcerting to don one's armor, mount the charger, raise the bugle to sound the charge, and find oneself drowned out by the enemy's rendition of I Love You Truly.
This Mr. Wellman must be an interesting character. I'd like to know more about him, in an anthropological way, of course.
No publisher would handle it. You'd have to write the whole thing in asterisks.
Yes, Finley. When writing about our Mr. Wellman, take a hint from Stoddard King's verse. A writer owned an asterisk and kept it in his den, where he wrote tales which had large sails of frail and erring men. and always when he reached the point where carping censors lurk, he called upon the asterisk to do his dirty work. Is there more coffee, Victoria?
Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, has been presented by Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. The taste of Schlitz, the taste so many people prefer, has made Schlitz beer first in sales in the USA. Why don't you, too, enjoy the most popular beer in history? Next time, every time, ask for Schlitz beer. Now, here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I've been asked to remind you of the urgent need for blood by our armed forces. The love of fair play and justice is in the blood of every American. And it is only fair and just to give our fighting men some of yours, to fight for you.
Just contact your local Red Cross unit, and do make a point of remembering.
And so good night from our sponsor, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and its thousands of friendly dealers throughout the nation. Good night.
Good night.
Presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
The arrival of March and spring weather brings with it a lovely day, and in Mel Blanc's little town, young couples are making plans for the coming evening. In the Adams household, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Roy, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The best years of our lives. I hear it's a wonderful picture.
And in the Sharp household, Ann Sharp is saying to her boyfriend,
Phil, what picture are we going to see tonight?
The man I love. I'm just crazy about Ida Lupino.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel has been talking to his girlfriend, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
Mel, what picture are we going to see tonight?
That's up to you, Betty. Tonight it's your turn to pay.
Well, anyway, I can't go. Father's invited Mayor Quimby over to the house tonight, and I have to be there.
Mayor Quimby? Well, what's he coming over for?
Oh, it's something about Father wanting Tom Jones' vacant seat on the city council. Some silly political thing.
Betty, politics is not silly. This country is founded on politics. That's why it's a land of opportunity, where even you can become mayor, governor, even assistant to the president.
Me, assistant to the president? Oh, you'll have to show me. I'm from Missouri.
From Missouri, the job is yours. Remember, Betty, in this great land of ours, anyone can become an office holder, a representative, a senator, anyone.
Even you, Mel?
Me? No. I'm a Democrat. Well, looks like I'll have to go to the movies myself.
Now, why don't you try to help Father get on the council? It'll make him like you more.
Oh, Betty, I couldn't do it. Your father isn't the man for the job.
He might recommend some customers for your fix-it shop.
The job needs a more experienced and capable man.
Besides, the council meets 3 times a week, and we could be alone then.
Colby for city council. Oh, gosh, here comes your father now.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Father.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Well, Mel, I suppose Betty's told you about my political aspirations. Well, what do you think of me in politics? What are you giggling about, you idiot? Why, I'm the most civic-minded man in this community. Well, every morning I stand in front of my supermarket and I pick up every bit of refuse that blows by.
Yeah, but look at the high prices you get for it.
Mel Blanc, are you trying to make a fool out of me?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Colby. I know you're a self-made man. Gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm getting all balled up. I'd really do anything to help you.
Well, that's more like it.
Well, it's Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, kiddies. What's cooking? And I hope it's borscht.
Hello, Professor Potchnick.
What's everybody got their heads together?
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby is having the mayor at his house tonight. It seems that old Tom Jones is leaving the city council, and Mr. Colby wants his seat.
Well, what's the matter with his own seat? Oh, city council.
Yes, Mayor Quimbley is quite a bird fancier, so Mel and I are going hunting. Perhaps we can shoot a pheasant to give to the mayor.
Oh-ho!
Say, Professor, are you a good hunter?
Am I a good hunter? What a question. That's like Sears asking Roe if he's making a buck. Well, you are looking at the man who is known as Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok the hunter?
No, Hickok the suspenders man.
You can use some.
But back in Russia, I was a ferocious hunter. When I entered the forest in Odessa, the animals would flee for miles.
They were terrified, huh?
Why not? I was wearing a skunk coat. And then I went to hunt. Quickly, I blew the mating call of the bull moose.
And what happened?
That's how I met my wife. After we got married, we used to hunt together. Sonia and Max, agents for the Hudson Bay Company. One day was the most exciting day of my life. In the middle of the forest, we were face to face with a wild bear. One of us had to go. It was either me, Sonia, or the bear.
And what happened?
Sometimes I wish that bear could cook better.
Well, Professor, perhaps this is too tame for you. Mel and I are going bird shooting.
Birds, I love them. Only last week I bought a toupee for a bald eagle. Oh, I know everything about birds.
Oh, really? Do you know what a blue jay is?
There you got me. I happen to be a Dr. Scholl man myself.
Well, we haven't any time to lose. If I'm going to get a bird from Mayor Quimby, we better leave now. Come on, Mel.
Are you coming with us, Professor Potchnick?
A hunting we will go. A hunting we will go. Tovarich, tovarich, tovarich.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth. Makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now the sportsman, Victor Miller, and the orchestra with If This Isn't Love.
What we've got to tell you is entirely confidential at this moment. A secret, we've got a little secret. Shh, a secret kind of secret. We're aching for to shout it to every daffodil and tell the world about it. In fact, we think With moons all around and cows jumping over. There's something amiss, and we'll eat our hats if this isn't love. We're feeling like an apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer. Spring and fall. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber. And that isn't all. We're swinging on stars. We're riding on rainbows. We're busting with bliss. And we'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
To Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby, hoping to attain a seat on the city council and anxious to make a good impression on Mayor Quimby, who is a bird fancier, invited Mel and Professor Potsnick to go hunting. The result of the expedition, one ring-necked pheasant, shot by Mr. Colby, which he wants to have stuffed and give to the mayor. We now find him bringing the bird into Mel's fix-it shop, which is for the moment in the hands of Mel's assistant, Zookie.
Oh, hello there, Zookie.
Hello, Mr.
Colby. Zookie, you have so much trouble saying Colby. What on earth would you do if my name was Flickenheimer Feigenspan Holzen?
I'd say, hello, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspan Holzen. It's simple, Mr. Flickenheimer Feigenspan Holzen.
Well, Zookie, as soon as Mel comes in, I want you to tell him to stuff this pheasant. And tell him to hurry. The mayor will be at my house pretty soon, and I want Mel to bring it right up.
Oh, I'll tell him right up. I'll tell everything you say. I'll give him the meat. I'll give him the meat. I'll write him a note.
Okay, so long, Zookie.
So long. Let's see. What was I doing before he came in? Oh, yes, this crossword puzzle. Let's see now. A four-letter word for domesticated animal. Oh, I know. Cow. C-O-W. No, that's 5 letters. I got it. Cat. It's C-A-T. Oh, hello, Mel. Mr.
That's all right, Silky. I ran into Mr. Colby outside, and he told me all about it. And now I'd better get to work and stuff this bird. What a funny-looking bird. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Hello, Mel. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Oh, hello, darling.
Darling? Mighty potentate, you're looking at a stuffed bird.
I could have sworn that was my wife with a hair up. I should have known, though. The bird is better looking. Mel, if you're stuffing that bird, the excelsior should be the stuffing, the wire frame, the foundation.
Well, Mr. Cushing, how do you know so much about stuffing a bird?
Why shouldn't I? I've been feeding that vulture of mine for 20 years.
Oh, come now, mighty potentate. Don't tell me you do all the cooking at your house.
Ha! And I don't even get Thursdays off. Last week I burned the pea soup, and did my wife punish me?
What'd she do?
She locked me in the kitchen and hid all my cookbooks. But I tried to avoid unpleasantness. I even told her a few jokes. She laughed and said, "John, you kill me." Gad, what a temptation. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, Mel. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
What's the matter?
Oh, you know, mighty potentate, there's one thing I can't understand. Why did you marry your wife in the first place?
Well, Mel, I'll tell you. It was a combination of things.
A combination of things?
Yeah. A full moon, a thick veil, and a large bank account.
Was she mean right at the start?
Oh, yes, Mel. You see, she was an only child, and she became spoiled. Matter of fact, by the time I got her, she'd already turned sour. Yeah, you were really hooked. Harpooned is the word. You know, Mel, I'll never forget when that preacher married us. He said, "I now pronounce you man and oh, brother." And the way her mother carried on, she kept crying, "You're stealing my daughter! You're stealing my daughter!" Mel, after 20 years of married life, I can say only one thing.
What's that?
Crime does not pay. Well, Mel, I gotta be going.
Where you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I tell you, I can do one or two things. I can go to the movies and see The Beast with 5 fingers, or I can go home and count my wife. Hello, Mel.
Oh, poor mighty potentate. Well, I haven't time to worry about him. I gotta stuff this pheasant. Now, let's see. Where's a bullet hole? Why, that's so-and-so Colby. Shot the bird while its back was turned. Well, I better put some speed on. The mayor must be there already.
Be Mayor Quimby now, Betty. I'll open the door. Well, hello, Mayor Quimby. Glad you could come. Where's your charming wife?
My sweet little birdie. She'll be along any minute. She had to stop at Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. See, I think I'll call her and find out what's delayed.
Well, what's she doing at Mel?
Oh, she's bringing in a...
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Hello, Mel. Mayor Quimby talking. Is my little birdie there?
Your little birdie? Oh, I thought it was a surprise. Yeah, she's here. Mayor, you should be proud of her.
Well, thank you.
She has a beautiful beak. And the loveliest legs I've ever seen.
Well, thank you.
I was just feeling her ankles. Solid. She also has a very lovely neck, Mayor.
She has?
But I wonder how she ever got such a large ring around it.
What are you talking about? There is no one cleaner than her.
Oh, I know that, Mayor. I just gave her a bath. Frankly, though, when she first arrived, she was a pretty tired old bird.
How dare you? She's positively wonderful, and she's such a hard worker.
Oh, you don't have to tell me, Mayor. In her day, she must have laid at least 1,000 eggs.
Mel Blanc, where is she now?
Right in front of me, sitting on the perch.
What?
I just finished stuffing her.
Let me talk to her.
You can't. She's dead.
What have you done to my wife?
Your wife? Mayor, I'm talking about a pheasant.
A pheasant? Why, you blundering idiot.
Mayor, give me that phone. Mel Blanc, you stupid fool.
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hi.
Oh, you giggling sap. You're always messing things up. Now, you come right up here with that bird before I come down there and break every bone in your body. You hear me?
Yeah, goodbye, Mr. Colby.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mayor. Oh, Betty, bring out that bottle of good bourbon for the mayor.
Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. I understand you're going to present me with a stuffed pheasant.
Yes, Mayor, I know what a bird fancier you are, and I got it for you. And what a time I had getting it. Started out at 5 o'clock this morning. Before I got to the woods, I passed the city council building where I happened to notice a vacant seat. So into the forest I went, cutting myself on the thorns and brambles, bleeding just to get you that bird.
But, Mr. Colby, why did you have to go through the forest just to get to the market?
to get to the market?
Yes, I know you got it at the market because the hunting season doesn't open until next week. And there's a $500 penalty for shooting birds out of season.
But yes, I went through the forest to get to the market. I took the safe way.
You know, Colby, for a minute I thought you were going to say you shot that bird.
Me shoot a poor, innocent, defenseless little bird out of season? Oh, no. Why, I'd never shoot a bird. Never.
Oh, I'll get it, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Gosh, I sure gummed things up on the telephone, so I brought the bird as fast as I could. But I know how to make him feel good. I'll really lay it on thick about how your father shot this bird.
Oh, but Mel...
Oh, leave it to me, Betty. I can handle this. Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. Hello, Mayor Quimby.
Oh, so you got here at last, you...
Oh, Your Honor, Mayor, has Mr. Colby been telling you about how he shot...
Oh, have a drink, Mel.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't drink. Well, as I was saying, Mayor, you should have seen him shoot...
Have a cigarette, Mel.
No, thanks. I don't smoke. Well, there Mr. Colby was, in the forest, surrounded by pheasant. So he ran...
Mel, why don't you and Betty go sit on the couch in the living room and turn off the lights or something?
No, thanks. I don't... Huh? Well, thanks, Mr. Colby, but first I'd like to tell the mayor...
Mel, have a shot. I mean, shoot yourself. I mean, drink this stuff. I don't know what I mean. Oh, Mayor. Well, how do you like the bird?
A stuffed ringneck pheasant. What a beauty.
Yep. You can't even tell where it was shot.
So it was shot, eh?
Sure, Mr.
Mel, there's a $500 fine or a 90-day jail sentence for anyone who shot that bird.
Well, Mayor, let's go. I'm ready to serve that jail sentence.
You shot that bird?
Only in self-defense. He was carrying loaded eggs. Well, put the handcuffs on me, Mayor, and take me to jail.
Oh, now, Mel, wait a minute.
Yeah? Yeah?
I'll send you fresh bread and water every day.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Colby.
Quincy Quimby, what a husband you are. I couldn't get this bird stuffed at all. Mel Blanc wasn't in his fix-it shop. Oh, well, there you are, Mel. And Quincy, he's holding a bird just like the one you shot today.
Now, Marigold, my little birdie.
Just a minute, Mayor. You shot a pheasant today, too. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, cellmate.
Maybe we ought to reconsider the whole matter.
Well, I'm willing to forget it, and I know you are, too, Mayor. But there's one other person here.
Well, who's that?
Councilman Colby.
Councilman Colby? But, Mel, are you sure he can fill the vacant seat?
Stand up, Mr. Colby. Take a look at him, Mayor. He can fill any seat in town.
Gosh, Mel, you certainly helped Father get out of everything that time. My father, Councilman. Oh, he's as proud as a stuffed...
Betty, we've had enough stuffing for one day. Well, I had to think fast today. I had something to look forward to.
You mean while Father goes to the council meeting, you'll have every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with me?
There you are, you two. Well, Mel, after what happened this evening, I know you're on my side. And because of that, I'm going to make you my assistant.
Your assistant? You mean at the supermarket?
No, on the city council. Now you'll be able to go with me to the meetings every
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Brush up with Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder with a rich, lively, penetrating foam. In a jiffy, your whole mouth feels fresh, sweet, clean, in all the corners. Then it's been proved Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder, does a brilliant job, leaving teeth magnificently clean, giving them that pearly, polished feeling, revealing all their natural brilliance. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, Try Colgate Tooth Powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. Use Colgate Tooth Powder! This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that merchant of merriment, that lovable buffoon, that one and only Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, now look, Jimmy, before we start, I always have trouble with you here right at the beginning of the program. Now, what was this tonight? That composite introduction. Who were those people?
Oh, just a gang I picked up to help with the opening announcement.
You mean I am paying that migratory ensemble?
Yes. You owe them $3 apiece, Mr. Allen.
Oh, I do. Well, who told you to...
Well, I did it for you, Fred. You know, the old hoorah build-up to make the show sound big.
And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Now, wait a minute, Kenny. Wait a minute. Now, what is this?
I missed it, huh? Don't I get my $3?
Kenny, you were supposed to be in on that mass announcement.
Yeah, I was an end man.
Well, you certainly were at the wrong end, I might say. But I am surprised at you, Kenny Baker, a singer with your reputation, stooping to group hawking to pick up a paltry $3.
Well, it's your fault, F.A.
My fault? How?
Last week you made me make a resolution not to take a raise this year.
So?
I got to pick up a little chicken feed some way.
The tenor is jesting.
The tenor is hungry.
Well, all right, Kenny. If you want $3 so badly, I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you a chance to earn it. Now, there's a spot for you. There's a spot for you in the sketch tonight, if you can act.
If I can act? Why, they used to call me the Orson Welles of the Boy Scouts Drama and Wigwag Club.
They did? The Boy Scouts
Sure.
Drama and Wigwag Club, huh? Well, what plays were you ever in?
Mostly Shakespeare stuff. You know, Merchant of venison, all's well that ends much ado about?
Well, I know, but that's a different type of acting. That's all light miming, Kenny. Now, the acting in this sketch tonight runs the gamut of emotion.
Oh, I can do it, F.A. I'll give you an audition.
Well, all right, then. Now, look, here's a line from the sketch. You are supposed to be a cowboy, and you meet another cowboy, just riding along. You meet this other cowboy, and you say, I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch. Now, read it.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Very good. Now, we'll try it in a little different way. Now, let's say we want to test your emotional capacity here. Now, let's say there has been a killing in Tombstone Gulch. You run 200 miles into town. You stagger up to the sheriff to report this killing. How do you read the line?
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
Not quite after running 200 miles, Kenny. Now, look. Try and put something into it this time. We'll make it even more dramatic. You are mortally wounded. An Indian has looked out from behind a totem pole and shot you through the heart with a poisoned dart. Your dying words are...
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, Sheriff.
No, Kenny, you won't do, I'm afraid.
Well, how about if I use a dialect, F.A.? I'm great on Spanish.
Well, maybe that will help, Kenny. Now, let's have that same line in Spanish dialect.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch, senor.
Very, very good. Words cannot describe how I feel about your reading. And as we leave Kenny to perfect his dramatic technique, we turn with relief to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Worst fog in New York City history blankets the city for 4 days, slowing down highway traffic, endangering navigation, and causing an estimated $1 million loss to airlines. To check on effects of fog in local area, Texaco News interviews several fog victims to bring you their unusual stories. First, however, let us hear from weather expert Fielding Slush. What branch of weather service do you specialize in, Fielding?
Well, I'm on the staff of a certain soft drink company.
In what capacity?
I am vice president in full charge of barometric prognostication.
But what does a soft drink company need with a weather expert?
Well, have you seen the big Coca-Cola sign at 60th Street, the one that forecasts the weather?
Oh, yes, the neon lights up at night, fair, cold, rain, moment like that.
Well, I am the man behind that neon.
You must be cramped for space when you get there. Well, tell me, Fielding, did this recent fog bother your Coca-Cola sign?
Oh, the fog was terrible. No one could read my prognostication on the sign on account of the fog.
What did your sign say?
Fog.
Really? No one could read it? Well, what a dilemma. What did you do?
What did I do? For 4 days, I sat up on top of that sign yelling, yoo-hoo, fog! Yoo-hoo, fog! Yoo-hoo, fog!
Brilliant strategy, I must say. Now, as a weather expert, Fielding, what would you say caused this intense fog?
Well, the new Congress convened last week.
Yes?
Congress is always in a fog, you know.
Oh, and you think?
Somebody must have left the door open, and that fog got out.
You are a Republican, if I have ever seen one, and I passed through Vermont as a boy, and thank you, Fielding Slush. A man who had a most unusual experience in the fog was Captain Narcissus Bilge. Captain, what is your craft?
I'm skipper of the SS Dolly Dombrowski.
Out of Santo Domingo to New York?
Out of Weehawken to 42nd Street.
The Dolly Dombrowski is...
The Weehawken Ferry.
I see.
I'm running them commuter cruises on the half hour.
Oh, I see. Well, what about this fog, Captain?
I've been sailing the Hudson River crosswise for 40 years. And blow me down, I never seen nothing like it.
What happened?
Well, Tuesday morning, I'm docked in Weehawken. I'm up on a bridge. It's just rung 8 bells. I'm trying to figure out what time it is.
Yeah?
Well, the mate comes running up. He says it's a heavy fog, Captain, off of starboard.
A pea super, huh?
Oh, this was a pea super with croutons in it. I can't see the wheel, and I got it in me hand.
And in this terrible fog, you sailed for New York regardless?
What can I do? It's a tradition of the sea. I gotta make 42nd Street.
What if you couldn't see anything?
I'm sailing from memory. I set me course. I ought to be there in 12 minutes.
Yes?
The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along. I'm blowing the foghorn. I'm watching the clock.
Yes?
At the end of 12 minutes, if I feel a bump, I'll know it's 42nd Street.
And?
The 12 minutes is up. I don't feel no bump.
Yes?
14 minutes. I don't feel no bump. The Dolly Dombrowski's creeping along.
Yes?
17 minutes. I don't feel no bump.
What did you do?
I pulled 3 blasts on me foghorn.
Yes?
And I hear a voice yell, "Hey, you pull over to the kite." It's a mounted cop.
A mounted cop in the Hudson River?
What river? The Dolly Dombrowski's at the corner of 33rd and Broadway.
Well, what did you...
The cop says, "What are you doing with this frigate in traffic?" He's fixing to give me a ticket. I think fast. I talk him out of it.
Well, how could you account for being in the middle of Broadway in a ferry boat?
I says to the cop, "Which way did the Macy Parade go?"
And the cop?
He says, "They went that way. What kept you?"
And thank you, Captain. A young lady who lost her job on account of the fog was Sappho McGuire. What was your job, Sappho?
I was hostess at Coconut Charlie's.
Coconut Charlie's? What is that?
It's like Sloppy Joe's, only with coconuts.
Oh. It's one of those open-air drink emporiums.
Yeah, I'd slink around the counter wearing a sarong.
And what were your duties?
When a customer come in, I'd slink over, give him a glass of coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'd take me mallet, whap open the coconut, and pass him the inside. It's got vitamins in it.
Really? Well, tell me, what about the fog?
Well, it's a busy day. I'm slinking and passing and whapping, going along like always.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, it's foggy. I can't see nothing.
Well, did it slow up business?
Nah, voices is coming out of the fog. I'm slinking and passing out coconut milk.
Yeah?
Then I'm feeling around on the counter, whapping a coconut, handing out the inside. And all the time, the fog keeps getting white. Then it happens.
Then what happened?
Well, I'm slinking and whapping and passing. I rolls out a coconut.
Yeah?
I can't see it in the fog, but it feels like a beauty. The hair is long and silky.
Uh-huh.
I pick up my mallet and whap it. Bang! There's a thud. I light a match, and what's on the floor?
What?
Coconut Charlie. He's out like a light.
You mean his head?
Charlie's coconut was on the counter, and I whacked it.
And you got fired?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing today?
I'm with a burlesque show. The work is easier.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm still slinking, but I ain't whapping and passing.
Watch out for my coconut on the runway. And thank you, Sappho McGuire. A gentleman who had a most unique experience in the recent fog was Mott Murtry. You had a difficult time in the fog, Mott.
Don't mention fog to me.
Well, why not?
I got pneumonia, chilblains, beat up, and a $10 fine.
Out of the fog?
Wasn't out of a clear sky, brother.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, confidentially, I'm a dipsomaniac.
Well, you don't look like a drinking man, Mott.
Well, I fool everybody. It's 'cause I don't stagger, and I ain't got no veins in me nose.
No veins in your nose?
No. They must have give up and went back into me head.
No doubt. Well, you seem sober now.
Oh, yeah. I spent last week in a Turkish bath in the steam room.
But what about this fog dilemma of yours?
Well, I wake up Wednesday morning. My mouth tastes like a camel just took his foot out of it.
And your head?
My head feels like somebody's playing badminton in there with cannonballs.
You were still in the steam room.
Yeah, I can't see nothing. I put on my sheet. I start groping for a towel.
Yeah?
I keep walking through the steam, groping. I don't feel no towel. Seems like I'm walking for miles.
Yeah?
Finally, I feel a towel. I start wiping my face. The next thing I know, sheet and all, boom, I'm in the patrol.
Arrested? Why?
Yeah, the door of the Turkish bath must have been open. With the steam and the fog, I couldn't tell the difference.
And when they picked you up?
I'm out in Times Square with a sheet on, wiping my face on the back of a traffic cop's coat.
What did the judge give you?
$10 fine.
For stealing the sheet?
No, for impersonating Mahatma Gandhi.
Thank you a lot, Mark Mercer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker, a young man who is always in a fog, emerges from it long enough to sing for you, You Walk By.
As a dream, you walk by and dim the sunlight's gleam. You speak words and shame the birds that sing. Your smile is softer than the touch of spring. Walk by, and children pause at play. You walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by my. Magicians can make things disappear or pull a rabbit out of a hat. But your loveliness, my dear, does greater things than that. You walk by and children pause at play. Walk by, December seems like May. Heaven is right here and not above when you walk by my
Oh, say, Fred, excuse me. Did you drop this cigar out of your pocket?
Oh, the cigar? Yes, thanks, Larry. Hey, I'm glad you found it. This is an exploding cigar.
An exploding cigar?
Yes, I've got a little score to even with Jimmy Wallington, you see. So I went to Al Goodman's brother-in-law, and I bought this El Bango. Now, I'm going to give it to Jimmy right now. You stick around. You'll see that mustache of his hit the ceiling. Say, Jimmy...
Yes, want me, Fred?
Yes, James, old boy. Here, my friend, have a cigar.
Gee, thanks, Fred. Say, this looks like an expensive one.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. Cigars like this are going up every day. Put it in your mouth. I'll light it for you.
Thanks, Fred. Say, this tastes pretty good.
Take a good deep drag, Jimmy. You'll get a big bang out of it.
Oh, yeah? Well, for your information, Fred, this cigar won't explode.
Why, Jimmy, how did you know?
Well, I overheard what you said to Larry Elliott.
Oh, shucks. But how did you know it wouldn't explode?
Didn't you say you bought it from Al's brother-in-law? Well, he sold you a dud. Thanks for the smoke and the object lesson.
What object lesson?
Well, an exploding cigar that won't explode is a dud, Fred. Just like the duds in gasoline, those useless slow-action elements that won't go off. And duds are not only a drag on your engine these cold mornings, they can be a drain on your battery, too. Remember, for a quick start, you depend on just a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And in those few ounces, gasoline duds show up at their worst. because they won't vaporize readily, won't take the spark instantly. That's why duds are a cause of long, drawn-out starts and consequent battery trouble. But the duds are out of Texaco Fire Chief, removed by an important refining process. They're out so you can enjoy fast Fire Chief starts, quick pickup, and economical power. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices. Remember, there's not a dud in the tank full.
Goodman and his Zither Ensemble have just come out even in a musical composition called Perfidia. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen, I think I've got it.
You've got what, Kenny?
I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch. How's that?
Oh, no. No, you've got to put more feeling in it, Kenny.
Well, do you want the feeling as I'm writing in, or shall I start feeling around Tombstone Gulch?
Well, you've got to feel the whole thing, Kenny.
Okay, I'll keep rehearsing. I just wrote in from Tombstone Gulch with feeling.
Gosh, that kid's got me worried.
Something with Kenny is wrong?
Oh, no. It's nothing, Mr. Goodman. I just promised to put Kenny in the sketch tonight. Now I'm afraid he can't act.
I, Goodman, can help Kenny, maybe.
No, you keep away from Kenny. He's apt to catch a dialect if you...
I, Goodman, just from Tombstone Gulch. Wrote in? I can show Kenny how to read it.
You are an actor?
By any chance you are seeing years ago on a billboard the name Tomaszewski?
Tomaszewski? Why, certainly.
In English, it means Goodman.
Now, don't tell me that you were an actor in the old country.
For 5 years in Russia, Goodman is the matinee idol.
And then?
They are cutting out matinees. Goodman is just idle.
Well, you want more money now. You got applause on First thing you know, you give up music altogether. Well, you go over now and see. How did that line go again? Just from Tombstone Gulch. Could you read it over again to make sure?
I, Goodman, just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Well, you go over and show Kenny how to do it. What I go through on this program.
I just rode in from Tombstone Gulch.
Not you, too. What is this?
Well, I can say it better than Kenny.
Well, that still doesn't make it good.
Can I be in a sketch sometime?
Well, we'll see.
On Jack Benny's show, Mary's in everything.
Well, she's got something on Benny, you see. I lead a good, clean life.
And poor Dennis Day. Jack makes him see Love Thy Neighbor every day.
Why, Benny makes everybody on his program see his pictures every day.
It's compulsory?
Oh, yes. You know, when Benny makes a picture, he gets paid in tickets. And, of course, it's really a big due bill on the local Paramount. And he tears it up into little pieces that become tickets, you see. And this is all he gets for making the picture, these tickets, and he pays off his cash, you see, on the program in tickets. So where can Dennis go if he's using Paramount tickets for money?
To the Paramount.
Correct. Now, what about our guest tonight?
He's a smokestack watcher.
What is a smokestack watcher?
He's a man who watches smokestacks.
What kind of a profession is that?
You'll have to ask our guest. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Patrick Brennan.
Well, good evening, Mr. Brennan. Good evening, Mr. Allen. Portland's explanation of your profession has left me a little bewildered, Mr. Brennan. Now, just what is it you do for a living?
I watch stacks, Mr. Allen.
You watch stacks. Well, I must say that is a most unusual occupation. May I ask what company employs you in this odd capacity?
I work for the Consolidated Edison Company of New York.
And you watch the stacks in case any smoke comes out.
That's right.
In other words, Mr. Brennan, you are in the coke and soot business. Tell me, what is your purpose in watching these stacks?
Well, Fred, if stack smoke is coming out of the stacks, it means there is some trouble.
In other words, a certain amount of the company's coal is being wasted.
That's right.
Now, is there any other purpose served by your funnel kibitzing, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, it fulfills a public service.
In what way?
The New York air, for sanitary reasons, must be kept as free as possible from impurities.
A laudable crusade, Mr. Brennan, to keep the air free from impurities, and you certainly are right about the smoke content of New York air. If Santa Claus ever went down a chimney in New York, he'd come out looking like Rochester's father. But now, Mr. Brennan, I think folks might be interested in hearing what constitutes a day's work for a stack watcher. Would you mind if I took one of your days apart?
Not at all, Fred.
Fine. Now, you report for duty early in the morning. You station yourself in your tower opposite the plant. Now, what is your first move?
I start watching the stacks like this.
Good. Well, now, let's say the boiler rooms below are functioning perfectly. Nothing but a colorless vapor floats from the chimneys. No passé coal is on the wing. Things continue to run smoothly for an hour or two. Now, what do?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, doesn't this get monotonous after a while?
Not to me, Fred. It's my job.
Well, tell me, what happens if you see a little smoke start to seep from one of the funnels? Do you yell bingo and call it a day?
No, I press a button.
And what does that do?
It signals the engineer in the boiler room.
And after you've pressed the button and the funnel stops ad-libbing, what do you do then, Mr. Brennan?
Nothing. I just keep watching the stacks.
But working on a job like yours hasn't given you a one-stack mind by any chance, has it?
No, Fred. We have 4 stacks at our plant.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I underestimated the thing. Well, now, during an average 8-hour day, about how many times will you have to signal the engineer?
Maybe once or twice.
And what do you do the rest of the day, Mr. Brennan?
I just keep watching the stacks.
Well, Mr. Brennan, it's been very nice having you over. What MGM has done for Edison the boy and Edison the man, you have done tonight for Edison the company.
Thank you, Fred.
But before you go, I have a little job for you, if you care to undertake it.
Well, what kind of a job is it?
Well, as I understand it, Mr. Brennan, you are an authority on smoke of all kinds. No murky vapor is too thick for you to catalog. And so tomorrow night, I'd like to have you come with me as my guest and analyze some smoky air that should defy anything you have ever seen.
Where are you going?
To the opening of a new nightclub on 52nd Street.
No, thanks, Fred. I'd rather keep watching my stack.
And save the cover charge, eh?
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Stacks, Mr. Patrick Brennan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rehearse a number for their Roxy Theater debut tomorrow. It's called The Story of a Haunt.
Young man, if you keep playing this way, you'll blow your brittle world to bits of glass, change your horn to a thing of twisted grass. Young man, you're turning back from the strain. Stop too low. There comes a time when just an empty sack can be the straw that breaks your back. God only knows just why he was born. No time to learn how to read or write. He sleeps all day, but he plays all night. He's that young man with a horn. When he's standing, he goes for notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on standing out of the world and far away. So if you hear a tune being told, just like a life that's been ripped apart, some way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man blowing his horn. He's that young man with the horn. When he's standing, he goes to notes that horns will never play, but still he keeps on standing out of the world and far away. So if you hear us in being song, just like a life that's been ripped apart, from way down deep in his soul and heart, it's that young man, blowing his horn.
Kirby Martin singing Young Men.
Hey, move over, brother. This is where I begin.
Well, who in the
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now listening to the voice of Swami Sam. Swami Sam, the smartest spiritualist, psychic, and soothsayer this side of Siam.
Just a minute, Sam.
Quiet, Bud. You're interrupting my commercial.
What commercial?
Well, I'm advertising my fortune-telling service for motorists. For a small fee, me and the Spurts will sit in your front seat and help you with your driving problem.
What driving problem?
Well, supposing your windshield gets so spotty you can't see through it. I gazed into my crystal ball, and I tell you what lies ahead. Now, if you worry about your antifreeze, I'll go right down.
I'm sorry, Sam, but the motoring public isn't interested in your crystal gazing. And Jimmy Wallington here will tell you why. Tell Swami, Jimmy.
It's true that there are always a lot of little driving problems that crop up in winter weather. Windshields seem to be forever getting spotted and grimy. And there's that guessing, too, about the strength of your antifreeze. And perhaps that doubt in your mind about the battery. But you don't need a Swami. Just remember that it's no trouble at all for a Texaco dealer to take care of these things for you. Just drive in. A Texaco dealer will quickly clean the rear window as well as your windshield. He'll gladly test your radiator, tell you whether or not you need more antifreeze. He'll also check the battery and tires. Moreover, he's planned for your personal comfort, too, by providing a neat and tidy place in which to freshen up, identified by the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. So stop in anytime. You're always welcome at a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Roundtable, where three persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some unimportant issue of the day. Fred takes his place at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time. You ready, Fred?
Yes, I am, unfortunately for the world, Jimmy. Portland, will you kindly introduce our first guest?
Yes, Mr. Richard Rossback from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Rossback.
Good evening.
May I ask your profession?
Well, I'm a statistician.
A statistician? And what, in any particular business, or just a statistician at large?
Well, I'm a statistician in the investment banking business.
Oh, and you're not an investment counselor by any chance, are you?
No, fortunately not.
You're not. But you are close enough to the investment business to know a little about money. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. A
lot about a little money or a little about a lot of money?
Frankly, I find that I don't know much about anything after the administration gets through.
Well, of course, that is probably will be the end of us for all time. The old stand here. Well, that's only a personal opinion, Mr. Rossback, and we're just here at the little broken-down forum, and we are not big enough, really, to go into such weighty matters. I was going to ask you, though, in your remote connection with money, if you thought that money brought happiness, do you?
Well, I don't think that it's necessarily the case. I think that it can be helpful.
It can be helpful. I don't think that money brings happiness. Did you ever see an income tax collector laughing? It answers itself.
I've never seen one because I'm a statistician.
Oh, that is very good, Mr. Rossback. You can keep your chart clear until one shows up, which I'm sure one will shortly. And now, Portland.
Mrs. Stella Powers from New York City.
Good evening, Mrs. Powers.
Good evening. It's not Stella, but it's Bertine. I like it better.
Bertine?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't care to appear semi-incognito on this program, would you?
No, not at all.
It's Mrs. Bertine Powers, is it? May I ask, are you in business here in New York?
No, not exactly in business, but I'm a seer.
A seer?
Yes. I have the developed faculty of looking into the records of life, and...
Really? You mean that you can, as you sit there looking at me, you can read me?
Yes, I can.
Well, you have my sympathy, Mrs. Powers. As you sit there, it must be pretty dull going for you.
Not at all.
But, I mean, you really can. You can tell people's futures and things like that.
Well, I can detect cause.
Oh, can you?
And effect.
Oh, well, I would like to speak to you briefly after the program, if you don't mind.
I could get into a huddle.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Powers. And now, Portland.
Mr. Og Fitzgerald from Larchmont, New York.
Well, good evening, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Hello, Fred.
Is Og your right name?
Some people think it's a noise, but it's a name.
Oh. Og is an unusual name, isn't it?
That's my mother's maiden name.
Og. Her first name?
That's a Gaelic... No, that's family name.
Oh, a family name.
A Gaelic word meaning young or the younger.
Oh, I see. You're leading an Og's life, and...
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't time to go into that, Mr. Fitzgerald.
That's a good thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean... Of course, I haven't opened the forum here for so many weeks. I don't know what's going on anymore. I used to be able to control the thing, but you, Mr. Fitzgerald, and Mr. Rossback, and Mrs. Powers under another name, the whole thing is mixed up tonight.
Well, we'll go right ahead then.
Yes, we will. There's not much left to go ahead on confidentially, but we'll go ahead part of the way. That seems to bring us to our question, and tonight we take up a bit of marital trivia that has caused a million squabbles in a million homes. In a recent divorce case, the wife said that all of the trouble had originally started at the breakfast table. The husband insisted on reading the morning paper during breakfast and ignoring his wife. Many wives, I know, resent this practice, and our simple question tonight is, do you think a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table, or should he lavish all of his attention on the bacon and eggs and his wife? Now, Mr. Rossback, are you married?
No, I'm not.
You aren't?
No.
Well, you wouldn't be of much use for our purposes right now, would you?
I don't think so.
But what do you think offhand, I mean for the record? Do you think that a husband should read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
Well, it depends. If he's a Brooklyn Dodger fan, why, I'd say that he has a good cause.
Good cause. But then again, in the winter, he wouldn't have any excuse at all, would he? I mean, that would only months that the Dodgers are in with R in them, he'd be all right. Well, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about it, Mrs. Powers? Do you think you're married, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you think the husband should be permitted to read the morning paper at the breakfast table?
No, I don't. I loathe it.
You do?
I certainly do.
You think the husband should give all of his attention to the wife, huh?
To the breakfast and the wife.
In that order? Well, you have something there, Mrs. Powers. And Mr. Fitzgerald, are you married?
Yes, sir.
Do you read the morning paper at your breakfast table?
Well, being a newspaper man all my life, I would if I wasn't a mile from the station.
Oh, you use that mile to read and keep peace in the household, is that?
No, I get the paper when I get over to the train.
Oh, you don't get the paper while you're at the house?
No.
Well, I should imagine that would be a dangerous practice, reading the morning paper. But apparently we're getting no place with our little forum here, and I have 12 executives waving at me here that I'm already 17 minutes late and have to...
We have 18 minutes yet.
Well, I know, but not for this. But not as the bull of a flies, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Those kind of flies.
Yeah, you are on the Fitzgerald time. We are on the Columbia Network, and they won't extend us that courtesy after a certain hour. And I have lost track of how our forum stands, but I do doubt that our discussion tonight will revolutionize the literary tendencies of a single husband at a breakfast table tomorrow morning. If the husband is boss, he'll continue to read his paper. If the wife is boss, he'll continue to go without his paper. And if the marriage is 50-50 as a 50-50 partnership, the husband will show up at breakfast with a tabloid so his wife can look over the top and at least see him as he reads. On this bewildering note, our meeting adjourns, and thank you all a lot for your kind Kenny Baker.
I just wrote in from Tombstone Golf.
No, not yet, Kenny. This is your song. What is it again?
Oh, Beautiful Dreamer.
Could we trouble you, Mr. Goodman?
Unto me, starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Sounds of the rude world heard in the day have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, list while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. On my heart, keen as the morn on the streamlet and sea. Then will all clouds of sorrow depart. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
And that's your cue, Larry Elliott. Now tell us about Sky Chief gasoline.
Well, thank you, Fred. Ladies and gentlemen, Sky Chief is
Mr.
really...
Alice!
Now, Portland.
Oh, Mr. Alice!
Portland, please, you're interrupting Larry Elliott's dissertation here.
I know, but please don't let him talk about Sky Chief tonight, Mr. Allen. Mama's listening in.
Well, so what?
Mama's a daredevil. If she hears Mr. Elliott say,
Okay,
Sky Chief makes driving seem like flying.
Oh, you think she'll...
Yes. Mama will fill up her car with Sky Chief and start looping the loop over fences and things. And at her age, it just isn't right.
Now, wait, Portland. I wouldn't say that Sky Chief will have that effect. On the contrary, I believe it will make your mother a better, smoother driver.
But how could it do that? Mama's only been driving about 5 months.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether you've been driving a car for 5 months or 5 years. When you step on the starter, you're eager for a quick getaway, aren't you?
Yes,
Well, when you reach a steep hill, you wish you were over it, don't you?
of course.
When you're in traffic, you don't like to shift, do you?
Of course not.
Well, that's why a different premium gasoline like Texaco Sky Chief can make your mental driving life easier and your performance as a driver smoother. And here's the reason. Texaco Sky Chief supplies you with flexible, surging power. Power that gives you satisfying takeoff, thrilling glides over the hills, real confidence in traffic. Yes, Sky Chief has a way of bringing out the finest performance in any car. Try it. It's your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best at the usual premium price.
And now the Texaco workshop, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, this battered little covey takes cognizance of the vogue that is sweeping radio at the moment. Tonight, they turn their artistic fluoroscope on the many programs that shower money on people in their studio audiences. You have all heard these philanthropic fiestas that clutter the networks. Whisk your dial to any number. What do you hear?
Hello? Hello? This is the pot of gold calling.
Basket is on the air.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Here's your money, Mr. Doak.
20 crisp new $1 bills
50
go
crisp
to.
new bills go to.
1,000 crisp new bills go to.
Double or nothing.
Take it or leave it.
Double.
Nothing.
Take it.
Leave it.
Here's your money.
Money. Yes, folks. Over your radio, an endless stream of dollars goes to others, not to you. Have you ever envied these lucky winners their good fortune? Well, don't. For winning quiz money, seldom leads to happiness. To prove our point, we bring you a sketch tonight called All Is Not Gold That Glitters, or the true story of Timken Slaw. Our hero, Timken Slaw, was a humble commuter from Nutley, New Jersey. For years, as he sped through the Holland Tunnel on the 7 a.m. bus and mulled over the quizzes he had been exposed to the night before, Timken secretly envied the lucky winners. He vowed that one day he, too, would be a quiz winner. And finally, 2 years later, his big moment arrived. And one cold winter's night, Timken Slaw found himself a contestant on Professor Diz's program. Trembling, he stepped up to the microphone and heard jolly old Professor Diz say,
And here's our next contestant. Your name, please? Timken Slaw. I'm from Nutley, New Jersey. And what is your business, Mr. Slaw? I'm a kite retailer. You sell kites retail? No. If the tail comes off your kite, I retail it. Oh. I see. Well, here is your question, Mr. Slaw. Who is the only president of the United States ever to be elected for a third term? President and third term? Gee, that's a sticker. Oh, come. Come, Mr. Slaw, that's not too hard. I'll give you a hint. The initials are FD. FD. Father Divine? No. FDR. It's Franklin D. Roosevelt. That is correct. Absolutely correct. And for his brilliant answer to that difficult question, the makers of Minute Mom, the marmalade that moms in a minute, present Mr. Slaw with 2 shiny silver dollars. Oh, gosh, $2. I did it.
Yes, Timken Slaw did it. Clutching his newfound wealth to his little chicken breast, Timken reeled into an orange Julius stand on Broadway. Here he toasted himself with a double orange Julius straight. But as Timken sipped his yokel zombie and waited for the owl bus back to Nutley, word of his good fortune was spreading like wildfire through the town. Mr. Blab, the Nutley big mouth, said to his wife,
Did you hear the news, Carrie? Timken Slaw won $10 on the radio.
2 minutes later, Mrs. Blab was on the phone calling Mrs. Dow.
Did you hear the news, Sarah? Timken Slaw won $50 on the radio.
A man named Kelly overheard the call on his party line. A little later, Kelly walked into Nutley's leading saloon and yelled,
Hey, did you hear the news, fellas? Timken Slaw won $200 on the radio.
Yes, and the news kept spreading until it reached Nutley's radio station. A few minutes later, over Nutley's powerful 75-watter, came this message.
Flash! Nutley's leading citizen, Timken Slaw, has just won $500 on the radio in New York. Congratulations, Timken Slaw.
Meantime, totally unaware of the furor his prize-winning escapade had aroused, Timken Slaw, reeking of Orange Julius fumes, arrives home to be greeted by his wife.
Hello, Lydia.
Timken, you darling. I've been waiting for you.
What are all these bundles, Lydia?
A new fur coat for me, set of golf clubs for you, a new windbreaker for Grandma, and I made a down payment on a second-hand car.
But, Lydia, this extravagance, what does it mean?
Extravagance? Why, Timken, we still have $400 left. You won $1,000.
$1,000? I only won $2.
Timken Slaw, you're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. Now that you're rich, you want to throw me aside like an old union suit.
Oh, honestly. I only won $2. You can ask Professor Diz.
Don't lie, you gigolo. You're going to spend that money on another woman.
But I don't know any other woman, except Mama. Gee, Lydia.
Oh, don't worry, false Timken. I won't stand in your way.
Lydia, take off your gaiters. Where are you going?
To the Goodwill Court. Goodbye.
But fortunately, Lydia never got to the Goodwill Court. Timken hurried after Lydia and intercepted her before she could even reach We the People. Domestic peace was finally restored, and the following morning, Timken caught the early bus and went to work as usual. He had just punched the time clock a nasty uppercut when the boss, Mr. Otis, sent for him. Timken sensing a raise, entered Mr. Otis's office.
You sent for me, boss?
Yes, Slaw. Before you get away, I want to say goodbye.
Goodbye? I'm not going anyplace, Mr. Otis.
Don't tell me you're going to keep working in this dump after winning $5,000.
But, Mr. Otis, I only won $2.
All you rich are the same, hushing up your wealth.
No, honest.
Well, goodbye, Slaw.
You mean I'm fired?
Oh, pish tush, Slaw, not fired. You've merely outgrown the organization. Well, goodbye, Slaw. Drop me a postcard from Palm Beach.
Palm Beach? I can't even get back to Nutley.
And so our lucky quiz winner, jobless and frustrated, hitchhiked his forlorn way back to Nutley. As he wearily opened the front door of the modest Slaw home and wondered how he could break the sad news to his wife, Timken noticed a sinister fellow lurking in the foyer. As Timken closed the door, he addressed the sinister stranger.
Are you looking for someone, sir?
Is your name Timken Slaw?
Yes, sir.
I'm the income tax department.
The income tax?
Yeah, you won $50,000. Uncle Sam wants his cut.
$50,000? I only won $2.
Evading your income tax, eh? You're coming with me.
Coming where?
I'm taking you to hell.
Halleckys?
No, Alcatraz. Let's go.
For many months, Timken, the lucky quiz winner, languished in jail. Finally, his time served, the ball and chain were removed from Timken's leg, and he was free. As an ex-jailbird, Timken found himself wifeless, jobless, friendless, penniless, and alone. Sinking lower and lower, he cursed the $2 quiz prize that had started his downfall. One day, as Timken shuffled along the Bowery, in his tattered Norfolk jacket, wearing a brisk north wind for underwear, Timken saw a crowd of beaten men milling around the front of a cheap hotel. As Timken joined this mob of derelicts, a dapper gentleman in the center of the scum addressed him.
Hey, you, step in here, bum.
Who, me?
Yeah, what is your opinion of the world situation, Tragus?
I don't know. Not so good, I guess.
Splendid. Very well put, outcast. Our radio audience will get a kick out of your opinion.
Radio audience? Is this a broadcast?
This is the Vox Drop program, bum. We're broadcasting from Happy Hyman's flop house right now. What's your name, Fleabait?
Timken Slaw.
Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, for his brilliant answer to our Vox Drop question, Timken Slaw gets 2 shiny silver dollars.
Oh, no, not that. Anything but that.
A bum refusing money?
Oh, I have my reasons, sir.
Quit kidding. You won these here $2. Here, I'll put them in your pocket.
Oh, no. Rather than that, I'll end it all.
Hey, come out of that shooting gallery. Put down that gun.
Goodbye, cruel world. Oh.
Hey, speak to me, Bud. Speak to me. Why wouldn't you take the $2?
I'm not going through all that again. Better death than be a quiz winner.
Gentlemen of the radio audience, you have just heard this mysterious suicide. What is the motive back of it? Send in your answers to Vox Drop, folks. Join this exciting new Timken Slaw murder quiz. The person sending in the best answer will receive absolutely free 2 shiny silver dollars.
Thus, the fate of our lucky quiz winner, Timken Slaw, even Timken's death, started a new radio contest. The moral, ladies and gentlemen, is never envy the person you hear winning $2 on a radio quiz program. It's worth more than $2 to be seen in public with a master of ceremonies. The end. And now, from Mr. Larry Elliott, a message of importance to the music lovers of this entire Western Hemisphere.
Each week, millions of radio listeners in the United States, Canada, and by shortwave to all of Latin America are guests of the Texas Company during the Saturday afternoon broadcast of the Metropolitan Opera Company. This week, you are invited to hear the 6th Saturday matinee of the season, Verdi's popular Il Trovatore, beloved for such favorite melodies as the Anvil Chorus and the Miserere. The Texas Company also invites you to enjoy, during intermissions, several interesting features, including the Opera Question Forum, with noted musical authorities, with Mr. Milton Cross as Master of Ceremonies, and curtain talks on our American way of living by distinguished guest speakers. The broadcast is heard over another network of 208 stations this Saturday, January 11th. Consult your newspaper for time and station.
Well, thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. And don't forget, next Wednesday evening, the Texaco Star Theater brings you skiing information.
When I feel myself falling on skis, what should I do?
Don't worry, lady. You'll do it.
Your song of the week. Well, wake up, John Charles. What about your song?
I ain't singing nothing on the radio till me lawyer gets here.
And our guest will be
Nelson Ellito, the dog caterer.
And music. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
This is Columbia Broadcasting System.